sticking to the time allowed. And now I give the floor to Paula Poblete, Undersecretary of Social Evaluation of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Affairs from Chile.
Presente, especialmente a la autoridad de CEPAL, a Marisol, que preside este foro, por supuesto, a todos los compañeros panelistas. Nosotros estamos muy contentos de poder presentarles, y que nos ponen ahí la presentación. Ahí ya está. Perfecto. Contarles que en la actual administración también nos tocó impulsar la Agenda 2030 después de un periodo donde estuvo un poquito alicaído ese impulso precisamente por los desafíos que estaba imponiendo el COVID, ¿no? Entonces, y aquí avanzo con ahí está. Contarles que el Consejo Nacional para la Implementación de la Agenda 2030 en Chile fue creado el año 2016, está integrado por 5 ministerios. El ministerio nuestro, que es el de Desarrollo Social y Familia, tiene la Secretaría Técnica, y obviamente además está, está compuesto por la red nacional del grupo de indicadores, de grupos temáticos, social, ambiental, económico, y diversos actores de todo el aparato público, como de la sociedad civil y otros sectores, ¿no? Entonces, igualmente, como ya se ha dicho en los otros países, es mucho el intersector que participa. Nosotros asociamos gran parte del programa de gobierno actual a cada uno de los ODS. Revisamos las 239 iniciativas que el programa tiene, y el 98% de ellas está vinculada a uno o más ODS. Ahí se pueden ver los ODS en la barra horizontal, y corroborar que hay énfasis en este programa de gobierno asociados al crecimiento inclusivo y sostenible, el empleo y el trabajo decente para todos y todas, como están ahí en el ODS 8. Hay otro énfasis importante con muchas medidas en reducir la desigualdad dentro y entre los países, y también en promover sociedades justas, pacíficas e inclusivas con la mayor cantidad de medidas asociadas. Entonces, esto fue lo que dio la pauta, en el fondo, para poder reimpulsar el trabajo de la agenda, y entonces el año pasado el Consejo Nacional acordó este plan de trabajo para estos dos años. Nos mandataron a realizar un informe que diese cuenta del impacto de la pandemia en los ODS Chile. Ese informe ya está publicado, disponible en nuestra página web, y también nos mandataron a realizar el diseño de una estrategia de implementación de la agenda en lo que resta, ¿no?, de aquí al 2030, y además hacer el tercer informe nacional voluntario y la presentación del informe en la Asamblea. Ya está realizada la agenda, y por eso están esos dos primeros pasos en negrita. Estamos trabajando todavía en la realización del informe, y por supuesto viene todavía la presentación. ¿Cómo hemos ejecutado el plan de trabajo entonces? La Agenda 2030 en Chile la entendemos evidentemente como una agenda, pero en sus países como un compromiso de Estado, y el enfoque que tiene es de colaboración, de participación y de derechos humanos, ¿no? Con esa perspectiva, entonces, convocamos a un proceso de diseño de la estrategia nacional y del tercer informe, que fuese precisamente colaborativo y participativo. Y tenemos mucha alegría de poder compartir con ustedes entonces que efectivamente en este proceso participaron todos los sectores, la sociedad civil, el empresariado, la academia, los sindicatos, el Poder Ejecutivo, el Poder Legislativo, los organismos autónomos que tenemos en Chile, y además los gobiernos subnacionales. Hicimos 15 diálogos regionales. Nuestra idea era precisamente territorializar la agenda, y eso lo materializamos en un recorrido que hicimos a lo largo de todo el país. Hicimos 7 diálogos además con niños, niñas y adolescentes de diversas regiones. Hicimos 2 diálogos con 2 grupos distintos, uno con personas mayores, otro con jóvenes. Por supuesto, también hicimos 3 diálogos por grupos temáticos, uno con el grupo social, otro con el grupo económico, otro con el grupo ambiental. Hubo también un diálogo autoconvocado por las empresas privadas. Hicimos un taller con la Red Nacional de la Agenda, que es el que, digamos, abarca a todos los sectores. Y también, por supuesto, hicimos entrevistas y reuniones con informantes clave. Entonces, nuestro orgullo que queremos compartir hoy día con ustedes es que participaron más de 2.000 personas en este diseño, digamos, construido de la estrategia, ¿no? Como les digo, de absolutamente todos los sectores y partes interesadas. Luego de este proceso participativo donde fuimos desarrollando el documento de la estrategia, lo sometimos a un proceso de consulta ciudadana, ¿sí? Una consulta ciudadana online. eh, la, 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 la subimos este marzo y ahí participaron también muchas personas más. Ingresaron a la consulta 730 personas. Eh, Algunas solo entraron, por supuesto, a solo mirar, pero hubo 280 que efectivamente realizaron comentarios y en total hubo más de 1.300 comentarios a la propuesta, al documento que hicimos de respuesta. Yo sé que para los países grandes esto puede sonar como números muy pequeñitos, pero la verdad es que para los procesos chilenos este número de participación es bastante elevado. Entonces, la estrategia la elaboramos a partir de los hallazgos y de los aportes recogidos en este proceso participativo y, por supuesto, poniéndolo de acuerdo con las políticas públicas que están en curso también. La estrategia la organizamos en las cinco dimensiones del desarrollo sostenible: personas, planeta, prosperidad, paz y alianzas. Y en cada una de estas, entonces, de estas dimensiones se incorporó un diagnóstico, las prioridades, las acciones para avanzar en los ODS y las metas, y fuimos incorporando entonces la visión de todos los sectores que participaron en este desarrollo y, por supuesto, los compromisos de gobierno. ¿Cómo vamos entonces a implementar esta estrategia? A través de 4 tácticas o de 4 medios de implementación. Por un lado, toda la política pública que está contenida, por supuesto, en el programa y las, digamos, urgencias o los asuntos que vayan surgiendo de la contingencia, las prioridades que se vayan poniendo ahí. Nuestro foco está muy puesto también en la gobernanza que le vamos a dar a esta estrategia, porque creemos que ahí está precisamente una clave para poder avanzar en ello. Y ahí estamos innovando porque vamos a avanzar en la territorialización de los ODS a propósito de consejos regionales de implementación de esta estrategia. Obviamente en eso va a estar toda la intersectorialidad, el trabajo colaborativo con todos los sectores y obviamente de la ciudadanía, y ahí queremos que por supuesto sea una participación informada. También vamos a estar implementando varios métodos de seguimiento y monitoreo y por supuesto mucha discusión, sensibilización, capacitación y formación. Con esto voy terminando porque les quiero contar que también este diseño participativo de la estrategia colaboró en poder contar con todos esos actores también de manera colaborativa en la elaboración del informe. Y ahí entonces estamos justamente en este proceso todavía de levantamiento de la información, estamos recopilando la información de los indicadores, obviamente todos los relativos al sector público, pero también nos ha colaborado la sociedad civil, 270 organizaciones, 87 empresas, el consorcio de universidades por los ODS también, con 36 instituciones ha estado colaborando, así que estamos ahora precisamente terminando la redacción del informe para poder.
And so we are drafting the report and preparing to send this to ECOSOC. Very well. Thank you very much, dear Paula Poblete. And now in this panel, I have to say that we women are a majority today. And I would now like to recognize Sebastian Miller, who is the lead economist of the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, here in Chile. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. For me, it is an honor to be here representing the IDB in Chile to speak of progress made in SDG 17 partnerships for the goals. We are all party to this, and we're convinced that we can collaborate. As we know, SDGs are a global call to action to eradicate poverty, protect the planet, and ensure prosperity for all. And SDG 17 reminds us of the relevance of working together with the multilateral agencies. In the current context, characterized by unprecedented global challenges, international cooperation becomes each day more crucial, although after the uncertainty and fear that we felt with the pandemic, many things have left in the past, but the crisis continues to affect all countries and showed the need for coordinated action worldwide. The SDG goals established in 2015, ambitious but seemed reachable. Today, the context shows challenges that no one foresaw. The region before the pandemic is no longer there. Latin America and the Caribbean, an income of 10% of the highest and lower of the population, were 10 times more unequal than in terms of similar countries that are developed. The poor increase, and today there are 3 times more destructive climate events than 50 years ago. And all of this caused 10 times more economic damage. And so we must be speedier and more effective in our response. The region must further initiatives that create regional public assets and, among other things, lead to the development of the financial market and capital markets that are not only in line with the SDGs of the 2030 agenda, but help countries to make efforts and realize their investment. And here, the voice of experts and the capacity of multilateral agencies must take the leadership, joining efforts and reiterating their roles as advisors and strategic partners of the countries where they are active. SDG 17, that convenes this panel, aims to promote cooperation among countries, the private sector, civil society, and other stakeholders in order to achieve sustainable and development. This includes public-private partnerships, exchange of knowledge and technology, mobilization of financial resources, themes that today we are driving forward. In our case, we are key partners for the region, and this main source of financing. Latin America and the Caribbean, comprising IDB, Invest, our private sector, BitLam, our innovation laboratory, the last two, in a process of reform, strengthening in order to deepening ties with the private sector and innovation. And we have a sound capacity to structure projects with the greatest impact potential in order to manage risk related to SDGs and build a solid portfolio of opportunities. And we can also leverage on IDB experience in public policy and regulation, as well as the ability to build ecosystems based on innovation and financing new projects. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we calculate that there is a gap of more than 650 billion per annum among the current levels of financing for development and the amounts required to achieve the SDGs, amount that exceeds the capacity of development agencies. And so at IDB, we believe that mobilizing resources is essential for the successful implementation of the 2030 agenda. Latin America and the Caribbean are a terrain that is fertile to innovate in mobilizing resources, since one, a regional combination of less developed economies with middle-income countries, and two, the institutional capacity, and three, the financial markets and the dynamic create opportunities to mobilize considerable resources nationally as well as internationally. The region offers donors and private investors opportunities to diversify their portfolios and to intervene in specific countries. The priorities of the IDB group in coming years are focused on social matters, climate change, physical digital projects that drive productivity in the region. And Latin America and the Caribbean need to create things together. Their countries, despite the territorial diversity and the people that make us unique, share problems and needs. And so furthering technology sustainable development is beneficial not only for these inhabitants, but may contribute to resolve some of the greatest world challenges, including the food safety and clean technology. And so IDB is working and encouraging and investing in mitigation. One example of resources for the creation of green hydrogen, we were making efforts with the private enterprise and governments and multilateral agencies. We're also working in water and sanitation and mobility and public transport, among other projects that involves many players. Another priority for the IDB, where cooperation is essential, is investing in physical and sustainable digital infrastructure to further develop the region. In 2018, since 2008 and 2018, only 2.8 was invested in LA and C for this. And in addition to infrastructure, strengthening value chains and encouraging the trade exchange. This serves to create synergies, integrate information, and facilitate processes to improve the life of people. In the case of Chile, IDB is working with the government and other interested parties to promote sustainable development in the country via projects and programs in areas such as renewed energy, sustainable transport, and water management. We've implemented the implementation of policies and practices to encourage sustainability and resilience. However, to achieve SDG 17, and other SDGs, it's necessary to strengthen partnerships and cooperation at national and international level. We must work together to address the global challenges we face related to climate change as well as inequality and social inclusion. In conclusion, SDG 17 reminds us that no country can achieve sustainable development on its own. We know that moving ahead in the implementation of SDGs will require great mobilization of internal and external funds and the logical of resource allocation based on financing for everything that is sustainable. And collaboration is essential to have achieved a sustainable future. IDB, we're committed to support Chile and other countries of the region in the attainment of these SDGs, and we're hoping to continue working together in order to make reality a world that is more just and prosperous for all. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Sebastián.
Thank you very much, Sebastian Miller. And now I will recognize Pilar Garrido, who is the Director for Development Cooperation of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. Welcome. Well, thank you very much, and I thank CAC for inviting the OECD to be part of this forum. And so, good morning, everyone, and my colleagues, panel colleagues. We wanted to share with you 5 points today on things that we're doing at OECD to support to SDG 17. The first is we recognize the complexity implied in a context of multiple crises moving ahead with progress in the 2030 agenda and the sustainable development goals. We know that the pandemic and the Russian aggression against Ukraine have added to the uncertainty and hunger and vulnerability, and have turned around a lot of the progress that we had achieved before. And so this is affecting everyone. The Latin American and Caribbean region is no exception. And what we have seen is that there's been, in that context, when we had great hopes somehow speeding up the road to sustainable development after the pandemic using a recovery strategy. This has been slowed by the inflationary pressures and geopolitical tensions that we are experiencing, and in countries that have, such as the OSIN, lack a fiscal and monetary space that is more reduced, it is even more difficult to respond appropriately to the economic shocks. And so making compatible our hope for green and inclusive growth and protecting the persons, especially the most vulnerable, and at the same time responding in the short term to all of these shocks in a more resilient manner. And so then, what we have been working on at the OECD has to do with some things. First, we have an arrangement called transition financing. And the idea is to take a look at countries in detail, being able to move closer and work together with the countries and meet them wherever they are. And if the debt GDP ratio of over 60%, what is the best way to work with that country? And we know that sustainable development is not a linear process, but we experience this progress and setbacks, and how to accompany all countries in the case of Latin America and the Caribbean in a most optimum way in this continuum. We have guidelines, also a toolbox, and a few other instruments in order to do this assessment and find the best tools for each moment with regard to the transition to development. The other thing I wanted to share with you is our official aid for development that we have launched barely 2 weeks ago. And here we've broken a record of more than 40 years, the last in 1982 to be precise. saying that we are at 0.36% of GDP per capita in relation to the contribution by donor states, and far from the zero point 0.7 that on average some countries are above, such as the northern countries, and also some countries such as Luxembourg have already 1% of their total GDP invested there, and others are still far. So the message to our community is we need to do more. We need to continue to increase this and do it better in terms of efficacy of aid. And the other thing has to do with something that we've heard a lot about here from the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, that is a concern in relation to the graduation, gradation, and on there we are doing three things.
First one is a roadmap, such as the investors and donors community, and how they can establish a vision of what are the tasks and what are the specific support that are needed in order to make progress towards sustainable development. The second one has to do with how they grow strategic dialogue to be able to find the issues in terms of gradation of the countries that have been already rated or that where it did not work, and how they can, how the donor community can contribute to be more responsive to the needs of the countries. And the third one has to do with recognizing that per capita GDP is an imperfect measurement in countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, and therefore to open up and explore other multidimensional options, such as measuring a multidimensional poverty or the vulnerability index in its multiple dimensions to coordinate this per capita measurement, and to open up to other measurements and to find common positions with countries regarding adequate flows of sustainable development. The second element is that we are also working on sort of official support for sustainable development. What does beyond this gradation, there's something else that is important, which is recognizing the value of triangular cooperation and South-South cooperation, and how it is contributing and changing sustainable development in the countries, and also recognizing what are the private flows that take place through official development channels, and that will also contribute to sustainable development. And what I also, my colleague Sebastian mentioned, which has to do with how do you consider global public goods and services, and what are the flows that contribute to those. The third element that I wanted to mention has to do with mobilization. How can bilateral and multilateral help be more a catalyst to enable environments and investments in order to have more access to sustainable financial flows? The record of official support was $208 million. And the challenge in order to close the financing gap in the SDGs is 4 trillion. So we're saying that even though if we go to 0.7% of GDP, which is desirable, and we want our members to do it, and we're working on that, it's going to be insufficient. That's why we need to talk about other types of sustainable financing flows, and that's why we have a community of practice that brings in public policy, equity. We also have development banks, and also the private sector community. And we are working on blended financing in adaptation schemes for renewable energy. This is completed work, and that's the one that is in progress is blended financing for adaptation and biodiversity. And we included renewable energy and mitigation. We're also working on green, blue, social bonds, and the ones that are linked to sustainability. And we are also working with financial instruments for the sea. I'm thinking of risk, the perceived real risk, and also risk which is very sensitive for the region, which is also exchange rate risk in some of the projects, to facilitate investment in developing countries, and how one can cover part of that risk with guarantees, for example, in order to do away with some of the obstacles financing for development. We're also working on investment. Investment means an emphasis on the quality of such investment and the impact it has in terms of productivity, innovation, um, skills, gender, and decarbonization. And we're also working together with the development agenda and the corporate responsibility agenda to analyze the impact of our member countries and their own private investment and public investment on developing countries, and also to see how both can be more communicated to leverage the official development support and to maximize the impact instead of taking away part of it. And the last item has to do with the partnership agenda and how to make them more impactful, to show more inclusion. It is important to resume the efficacy, results, innovation, and assessment agenda to guarantee that those partnerships are inclusive and that will achieve the impact that is intended. A bit of an announcement. I'd like to invite IPLAC and all the communities and all the participants to this our executive secretary and OECD to support what is going to take place is the first ministerial summit on environmental sustainability, resilient green economy, and just transition that will take place in Costa Rica on October 5th this year. To tell you that OECD is here to support and help ECLAC and all the countries and the rest of the strategic partners, and whatever is decided to be able to guarantee a just transition that will empower our population with better lives, more sustainable, so that we can work towards that low emissions, just transition, and with equal opportunities for all, and with gender equality. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Pilar Garrido.
Thank you, Pilar Garrido, for your interesting remarks and that great contribution to all of us here, and so very much relevant to SDG number 17. Now, I'd like to offer the floor to Pamela Martin Garcia, uh, Vecinas Feministas and International Planned Parenthood Federation, Americas and the Caribbean region, Argentina. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank my panel uh, colleagues. I'd like to thank ICLAC for this opportunity to the civil society to have a space here in this forum. And I'd like to tell you that I'm representing the civil society engagement mechanism that has a linkage or engagement round table with more than 20 groups that are part of this mechanism, population and sub-regional and theme groups. So I'd like to thank you for that. For us, SDG 17 is the umbrella of the 2030 agenda and the driver behind all SDGs. So without financing, without disaggregated data, without inclusion, developing island states, small states, and with all the stakeholders, private sector, civil society, the public, there cannot be any type of possible sustainable development. The present and future of development is precisely there in collaboration, in partnerships, and innovation and financing. And with that and the daily work, and we've heard a lot, we're lucky enough to hear about considering the territories in the 2030 agenda. But we also heard and we believe that an excessive use has been done of the meaning of the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, we totally recognize the devastating impact of it. But Latin America and the Caribbean were already on the floor, basically. This was the final kick, if you wish. We were going through a very dramatic situation. We need to double our efforts now. We need to get out of our comfort zone. The proposal is to share and to cooperate all stakeholders, all countries, again, developed countries, developing countries, and all sectors. Um, Development financing need to be focused on the environment and on people for it to be really sustainable. And evidence tells us that multinational corporations are not contributing enough in order to achieve the objectives of the 2030 agenda. And their impact and influence is increasing on the nations and the governments. And let me stop for a second because I see it in front of my eyes. The system is the key pillar in SDG 17. It would be greater for the system to be here present this morning as well. Whereas commercial or business relations are still imposing barriers to the achievement of human rights. And it is fundamental for countries to and the abuse of corporate taxes, which means evasion and avoidance of those taxes, and that they should apply progressive taxes. Another important aspect, and that already started as a side event with the Buenos Aires commitment, it is to recognize the macroeconomic dimension of domestic and non-remunerated care work. They need to redistribute state and families and individuals, men, women, the private sector, and communities. And to remind everyone that SDG 5 is cross-cutting and that domestic work and care work that is non-remunerated is precisely the backbone that we women support. So we propose a model, a development justice model, a model that is intended to address all types of inequalities, power, wealth, the one between developed and developing countries, a development that places peoples at the center beyond the private benefit. That is to say, redistributed justice, gender justice, environmental justice, and also accountability. That is what we need. And these transformations require culture, education, and democracy, very robust ones, beyond or far from corruption and opacity. And that's tough now in Latin America, the Caribbean. The pains are the freedoms that we need. And in the region, there's several pains. Poverty has the face of a woman or girls, the dictatorships, the advanced over the pandemic for girls and women, the gender-based violence, uh, uh, forced marriages and unions and discrimination, the stigma against historically marginalized populations. And I could go on and on mentioning so many pains, but too many for a Friday morning, I guess. But that's what we're going through anyway. So just in closing, let's ask ourselves, what are we doing here? Why are we here in this forum? From the mechanism, we have heard some thoughts, some reflections, but not enough aspects regarding how to implement and the actual implementation of the agenda on the part of the states. Uh, just like we have not been able to actually identify the challenges. Because civil society is also here to propose, it's not only to denounce or to report. So to propose the introduction so that in these fora, as of the next forum, states should report very briefly about their main topics. We are not asking a BNR or a voluntary national report. It is no test here. It is that we share what are the main topics and the challenges to be faced, because neither two monologues or too many monologues will make up a document. And we also ask countries to establish, we know that some of you have it, to establish an institutionalized mechanism for civil society engagement that also introduces financing. We are there on the SDG 17, but we are continuously trying to support and driving and supporting the agenda and building this path. And so that each administration, each new government should not become for all stakeholders as a starting from scratch, but there should be continuity. So finally, as we have said it here, and we have heard this week, the 2030 agenda is a roadmap, just like other instruments that we share. In this case, it is regions such as the Montevideo Consensus that will become 10 years now, which is the avant-garde in many of the topics that are also part of the 2030 agenda. This roadmap is to guarantee rights, to achieve those freedoms, and to leave behind those pains that are lurking in the region. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Pamela Martín.
Thank you, Pamela Martin. She has her fans, it seems. Thank you for your participation. And I'd like to offer the floor now to the last speaker, Anabela Sabano. She is the General Director, Acting Director of Parlaméricas. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank you for this invitation to be part of this panel. I'd like to also greet the Executive Secretary, Jose Manuel Salazar, and the different delegations of the different countries in Latin America and the Caribbean on sustainable development, and the civil society organizations the representatives of the private sector, banks, United Nations system organizations, all of you. First, I'd like to introduce the organization that I have the honor of representing. Parlamericas is the institution that promotes parliamentary diplomacy in the inter-American system. It's made up by 35 national legislators from North America, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. And it promotes political cooperative dialogue. It facilitates the exchange of best practices in legislature, as well as we also develop specially designed tools to support members of parliament in their legislative work. The members of legislators that are gathered through Parlamericas along these years have identified strategic areas for legislative actions. Gender equality, open parliament, and climate change. These are topics that are strongly connected with the 2030 agenda. First, I'd like to highlight the fact that the 2030 agenda for sustainable development explicitly recognizes the strategic role that national parliaments play in order to ensure that states do implement the agenda commitments in Parlamericas. We have echoed this recognition that is mostly a responsibility by incorporating the vision of 2030 agenda as a cross-cutting element in the work that we conduct. And in that sense, there's an institutional decision for positioning the 2030 agenda as a priority in the legislative work and to support the efforts that different stakeholders in the region carry forward in order to advance in the achievement of the goals of the Sustainable Development Goals. I'd like to share with you very briefly some of the examples that illustrate this spirit of being supporters of the achievement of the 2030 agenda. First, I'd like to highlight that Parliament members have recognized the centrality of SDG 5 as a key element in the legislative agenda in the hemisphere, such as overcoming poverty, promotion of women's political leadership, food security, among other topics. So we have introduced the SDG 5 as a cross-cutting element in the work we support in the parliaments in the hemisphere. Now, lately, we have organized meetings, especially focused on SDGs, to address them from a legislative point of view, to exchange best practices to accelerate their implementation. We have also held meetings on topics such as climate change, public integrity, gender equality, governance, all these topics that include substantial participation over a broad spectrum of civil society organizations and stakeholders whose contributions were fundamental in order to achieve commitments regarding legislative action. These collective construction exercises and consensus exercises show the importance of partnerships among partnerships as catalysts in order to achieve SDGs. We also support several parliaments in the region in developing different initiatives regarding SDGs, such as observatories, tools for legislators, and the follow-up and alignment of the projects with the SDGs, also special committees, training, workshops, etc. Likewise, I'd like to highlight that we publish together with UNDP the role of Parliament in the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals. That was a document devoted or addressed to members of Parliament in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we've also provided members of parliaments and also officials checklists that help assess build and projects. Of course, partnerships are key and they're essential to achieve the SDGs. It's important to mention that considering the representation functions, members of parliament are in an exceptional position to act as articulators between citizenship, civil society organizations, and state institutions regarding the implementation of the 2030 agenda. Along the same lines, the plurality of parliament as a scenario for public deliberation is key to build a social consensus that are necessary to advance in the achievement of the goals of the 2030 agenda and to ensure sustainability. In this context, the citizens' engagement that is at the heart of the 2030 agenda is fundamental because of the successful achievement of the SDGs depends on a concerted effort involving everyone. So from our organization, we've been proposing collaborative work with the participation of members of parliament, representatives of civil society, especially women's organizations and youth movements. We're trying to respond to society because they need more dialogue and substantial engagement. In that sense, I'd like to share that recently we published Lo que Escuchamos, which is a study developed with women's organizations in Latin America and the Caribbean that, besides a survey, based on surveys, provides us information to facilitate the engagement of these organizations in parliamentary processes.
We have gathered a contribution from civil society in order to input public policy in line with SDGs to fight poverty, to promote prosperity, leaving no one behind. The parliamentarians that we have worked with realized that partnerships with many stakeholders strengthen the job and the elaboration of laws. And they also help with initiatives that have to do with 2030 agenda because they include the voices of those who have been left aside. These dialogues with civil society players have been crucial in order to bring in gender and into the congressional work in order to include the environment and to strengthen citizen participation in public affairs. I won't take any longer, but let me state that we wish to encourage collaborative partnerships to go forward in meeting SDG goals. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Annabella, for this contribution that is so important for all Caribbean and Latin countries. We're talking about the parliament, the lower house, the Senate, and these are all pillars in treating all projects that must be supplemented at cities, municipalities, and national state. And this has been done with civil society's contribution and from the executive branch of different countries. And there's even a bank involved. So what is interesting about this panel and what is buried is that this perhaps is the most named SDG because it clearly requires the consolidation of different partnerships today, in the mid and long term. We still have a few moments, so I open the floor. If any delegation wishes to hold the floor to make any comment on this panel number 5. But I ask that you be brief. Peru, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. In implementing all of the policies that we're talking about here, as I already said, policies are 10% of what we wish to do. But how to implement this? That has to do with public affairs. And there's a system whereby civil society can sit down with all state powers. In a presidential system, there's a division of powers. And this is found in the National Forum where we have the unions, indigenous peoples, and others, as well as all of the ministries. So we design public policies, but we can call on them at any moment. So it's a buffer. It's not a constitutional court. And I repeat, the context triggers the opportunity, and then we get together and create consensus. And civil society is there to bring in any topic of their interest. Secondly, in Peru, we have a new plan, 2050, and it is also well aligned with SDGs. And when we talk about them, we have GIZ, UNDP, UN, FAO, all international agencies are involved, as well as our academia. So we create an ecosystem where we receive their technical expertise, and we have, so we say, a curriculum so that we may deploy our competencies inside. But how do we change? In Peru, we're trying to create control panels where we operate internally. Here we have ministers of economy and finance. We have experts in planning and on budget. Now, if these laws, if these policies are not translated into budget, they just don't exist. But if besides we have budget, but we have no means of measuring this for the sake of the beneficiary, we don't know if we're spending correctly. So we have created some speed controls so that this may be used by the authorities. Many complain in SDG the interdimension of our problems. There is the need for integral knowledge. We, in trying to mobilize change and implement SDG, we have the first progress for foresight planning. And we invited Mediplan from Costa Rica and the Colonial Institute. But why? Because we need to narrow gaps. And we have foresight instruments globally. But have we implemented it in our countries? We can do budget, we can have laws, we can do everything we want. But if we do not adapt to the changing reality, to the uncertainties, as we have seen with Ukraine and the pandemic and whatever is to come in the future, we see that the gaps are bigger and larger. So in Peru, we are learning about foresight. The merit of Colombia is that their national planning system is super ministerial and they can be over finance. And that's not what happens in other countries. That is why cooperation, we are learning from Colombia and we are dwelling with foresight and we are learning also from UNESCO in receiving knowledge on foresight together with the academia. And in closing, this Congress has also joined the Latin American sector, even sectors on foresight from from the Netherlands, from Germany, from USA, with the Millennium Project from USA. And why? Because global indicators aren't made by the countries, but by the um, community of countries. That is why this is better adapted to the changes that we just have no clue about. So I celebrate this collaboration, this cooperation, and I think that this kind of dialogue and the conversations out in the hall is what we made. We made our comments, and we can also articulate as human beings. Thank you. Thank you. I ask that you please be brief. We have three speakers on the list, and we will have to adjourn at 11:15. And we'll now give the floor to Paraguay. And please be brief. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. As we've noticed during this week, the implementation of SDGs can only be done with the participation of all. That is why I've emphasized uh, the place where these SDGs are being discussed. There we have local governments, we have communities, and we have individuals. Thus, the partnerships, in order to meet these SDGs, become a basic tool in order to reach communities, and so that SDGs will not be mere government plans made up as of the bureaucracy from government states, but become true instruments for our countries. They are no longer abstract. These are goals that will allow citizens to really improve the quality of lives. In Paraguay, we have looked at strategic partnerships as a tool to face challenges and inequalities that affect people, especially the more needy. Thus, we understand that we will not be able to make visible those who are lagging behind, nor have appropriate policies without data, so that we may have a full dialogue, diagnosis of what's happening. That is why we work together with our National Statistical Institute in order to implement public policies based on evidence. We're also working closely with civil society, and let me emphasize some of the strategic partnerships that we have set up on behalf of childhood and adolescence. Partnerships with SOS, the Christian Fund for Childhood, the Coordination for the Rights of Childhood and Adolescents. And through these partnerships, we wish to promote the rights of childhood and adolescents in Paraguay, thanks to the territorial SOS um, system. We are able to get SCGs to go down to the territory, to the three levels of government, especially municipal and departmental. We also have a partnership with the Social and Environmental Studies Center. That is an organization of civil society that aims at strengthening public, private institutions, and citizen organizations to create a citizen platform that is called Parliament 2030 Paraguay. This will allow for citizens to assess and evaluate the laws that have been enacted by the Congress. And these are identified by an SEG stamp. And this, in turn, tells us what's happening in Congress on SDGs. Let me also talk about our partnership with Uña Roga. That means Women's Home in Guarani. This is an NGO that aims at strengthening women's rights locally, regionally, nationally, and in the different departments. But that's not the only partnership we have. We have more than 30 partnerships with different civil society organizations. These are examples of the partnerships that we're building for the sake of SDG implementation and having in mind citizen empowerment and territorial SDG locations, so that they may truly come to fruition on behalf of people, on individuals, so that no one remains behind. And now, Panama, you have the floor. Everybody. Thank you, Chair. We'll talk about the coordination between institutions for the development of public social and economic policies. And this is part of the strategy called Panconena. As we have already said here, this includes the supply of public services, sectorial services that have been already previously selected. We can also talk about the system of PPP towards development, and this is an incentive for private investment to social affairs and the creation of employment. The idea is to regulate an institutional framework. Now, we have seen in the past the need to strengthen our national statistical system. Within SDGs, we have uh, decided that our National Statistical Institute, the agency that guides all of the indicators, and this is done through the assistance and the follow-up of statistical data at all levels. As to the promotion of partnership towards development, we can also mention inclusive and participative public policy that encourages cultural expression and the creative process in the country and our Panamanian heritage, the relationship between cultures and international cultural cooperation. These, we believe, are needed in order to promote the exercise of cultural rights and sustainable development. And lastly, I'd like to share with you our experiences in recognizing good practices of the SDG seal stamp. This brings in the commitment of social, public, private uh, efforts in order to meet SDGs as of their own places of action. In the two versions of the recognition of our good practices on SDGs 21, 22, we have seen more NGO players because they have submitted more than 228 initiatives that show their contribution towards the SDGs amongst all sectors of the country. Thank you. Thank you. And now we give the floor to Honduras. Good morning, delegates, Madam Chair. We have been called on this meeting in order to celebrate partnerships, SDG, and the 2030 Agenda. As you well know, Honduras is leading dark, painful times for our people, but uh, to the profit, to the benefit of a small elite. A dictatorship that lasted 12 years, that started with a coup d'etat in 2009. And that was when we saw the beginning of the 2030 Agenda and SDGs. Some things were done, but these times, these years, denied the defense of human rights. We saw the murder of environment activists, and we also saw uh, the uh, the destruction of the rights of women. The destruction was a common denominator during those years, but the people was wise enough. And in November 21, a democracy was held to appoint the first president woman and Miss Celaya, the first president woman in our country. And that is why we saw the rebirth of our state. That was when we said that talking about 2030 agenda and especially SDG 16 is fundamental because the agenda is closely related to the refunding of our country as led by our lady president. Even though we are responsible for leading with this agenda, but still we cannot do so solo. When we try to leave no one behind, in Honduras we have to consider permanent dialogue. And there we initiated with a proposal in the tables for citizen participation, where we see public, private players meet with civil society to dialogue. We have also, in meeting SDG 17 and the whole of the agenda, our democratic opening. And this brings in a vision in Honduras that uh, fosters attention to the more needy. Now, the road towards meeting SDGs should be certainly based on favoring the poorer, the most vulnerable individuals throughout the world. In Honduras, all national and international partnerships want to free the minds of our population and to guarantee rights. During those days, we have requested of ECLAC and repeat so here to work with greater strain and together to set up a laboratory to monitor better SDGs that are well aligned to the new plan of our country. And our president has also entrusted us with strengthening our foreign affairs. We believe in multilateralism on a way to fight the structure on global inequalities. We see in that a road to fight all kinds of um, blockages that our people face in South America. We used to be a banana country, and I say it, and I am pained to say so. That is why we are now committed to developing partnerships based on sovereignty and the self determination of our people. We're also going forward in a partnership to build a new international banking system because we do believe that we require a global financial system that will permit a change in model. Because what we have right now is not to our liking, and it's not enough in order to meet SDG and the 2030 agenda.
We want a system without ties and limitations that ensures the fulfillment of the dreams of the people of Honduras. At ECLAC, we have jointly started work with CELAC. We believe this is the right road ahead. The meeting of the sister organizations of Americas, and we have also asked the UN to set up an international mechanisms to combat corruption and impunity. And in that partnership, we want everyone, and you, sister countries of the Americas, to support us because we structurally want to combat the corruption that has historically afflicted our people. And likewise, we want to continue walking along the road to sustainable development, same as our sister people of Brazil, discussing a law on tax justice to have a progressive tax system, doing away with inequalities that ensures rights and changes the model of economic development of the country. In Honduras, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, there will be no future without sustainable development. No sustainable development will be possible if we do not refound and rescue what is public and place it at the service of people. Thank you. And now we would like to briefly recognize Guatemala. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank the panelists for their very valuable contributions and the different representatives of UN system, agencies, and the delegates that are with us here today. We have repeatedly spoken, and I will in fact not speak long, on the themes to dynamize sustainable development, which is the aim of SDG 17. But we've spoken about this in several occasions and in different years. And so when we spoke of conferences for the financing of development, what we really need is a roadmap for action in order to do this. This implies speaking of the necessary and urgent reform of the international debt architecture, having resilient structures on sustainable investment, subsidies, guarantees, sovereign investment funds, to speak of investment as sustainable obligations in the medium to long term, a major responsibility between the public and private side. And so what comes to tongue is how do we build that political will in general and collective, and we need to legally get into action. How can we determine and materialize these agreements that we've been talking about at different forums and international level? How to encourage public-private partnerships? Undoubtedly, there is co-responsibility in the Guatemaltecan public sector to extend our national public resources and dynamize our fiscal policy for against external shocks and phenomena such as Aida, Iota, Julia, Russia, Ukraine conflict. But undoubtedly, what we need is the political will to make effective all of these agreements between the civil society, academia, state, the market, and without a doubt also with international aid by the multilateral agencies, as well as making feasible this agreement. And so, without a doubt, a resilient framework in order to meet SDG 17 within the post-COVID framework. And so South-South and North-South support and cooperation is absolutely necessary. We need a change in paradigm to allow us, to a great extent, build, as was well said by the representative of Honduras, a human rights approach economy. For an economy for everyone, and that to a great extent allows strengthening efforts, but above all, let's place the social phenomenon, the building of general civil responsibility up front. Costing, we've got it. What we need is to align all of this based on national priorities articulated according to the logic of common good. And so, my colleagues, I think that we're at a forum where the technical prescription is here, but we need to build it, dynamize it. We cannot wait for the planet to fall apart in pieces. That is what it's all about. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. And now I will recognize Cuba. Thank you. I would like to briefly share the experience of Cuba in relation to the implementation of SDG 17. And first, thank and congratulate the speakers for their interventions, and we're hoping to implement these proposals. It is interesting and useful to learn of the experience in other countries in implementing SDG 17 and bearing in mind the complex scenario for my country in terms of financing for development, and to identify partners in our economic and cooperation relations. In lieu of the obstacles and challenges inside such a U.S. blockade against Cuba and internal, the focuses its efforts on the consolidation of strategic alliances between sectors, the diversification of markets and products, and driving imports and exports, attracting foreign investment business and contribute to exports with greater added value and technological content and innovation, increasing of productive poles for export throughout the island, as well as strengthening and enhancing small and medium enterprises as dynamizing factors of the economy of development at local level. And also the state budget and the tax policy have played a very relevant role as tools for the mobilization of domestic resources to finance social spending, especially to face the pandemic and COVID-19. The access of Cuba to multilateral financing is still insufficient, and the country has had discrete progress with the regional banking system and other cooperation mechanisms for economic complementation, and has a very long relationship with the UN system for development that has allowed us to work based on cooperation in areas and sectors of priority in the national, social, and economic development. In Cuba cooperates with other states and economic mechanisms in order to defend multilateralism, to promote coherence of policy for sustainable development, always based on respect to free determination of each country, and especially promote the regional integration of Latin America and the Caribbean, and partnerships among the countries of the South, as well as with other relevant players. So, increasingly, Cuba took on the contemporary chair of the Group of 77 plus China, a platform to promote consensus regarding the existing challenges and a fair and just world for the developing world. Cuba is placing its modest resources and experience at your service, and being a solidarity, cooperation, an intrinsic element of the Cuban foreign policy, and especially South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation as means for the implementation of the 2030 agenda, and supplementing North-South cooperation, of course, SDG 17. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias. Y ahora le doy la palabra.
Thank you, and I now recognize Colombia.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Colombia, we recognize that states of their own do not have sufficient capacity to meet all SDGs of the 2030 agenda. But along these days, we have witnessed this. And as highlighted by Sebastian Miller in his intervention, SDG 17 cannot be achieved without encouraging public-private partnerships. And that is why we would like to go further. the national government is building strategic partnerships involving all society players that are necessary to have a truly sustainable, just and equitable development for everyone. And with this, we're moving towards the PG summit that our country will host in the second semester of this year. And we're making available all our experience and good practices, as was highlighted by the delegation of Peru, to continue working together for a prosperous Latin America. We thank all panelists for their very relevant contributions and putting on the table these proposals to further the 2030 agenda and, as Pilar Garrido said, ensure a fair, just transition with low emissions and gender equality for everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much for keeping to the time. And now I recognize Brazil, and hopefully we can meet all requests by delegations. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I would like to thank the speakers and especially the remarkable presentation by Mrs. Luciana Servo, who is president of IPEA, one of the most distinguished institutions for research and social studies and economic studies in Latin America. Ladies and gentlemen, Brazil considers it is essential to strengthen the means for implementation of the 2030 Agenda and revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. Global issues that affect everyone must be addressed together. It is necessary to strengthen mechanisms for financing as well as increasing training, technical cooperation, technology transfer to developing countries. It is necessary to speed up our fight against inequality, rethinking tax systems of countries so that this be possible to reconcile fiscal balance with social assistance and our fight against hunger and extreme poverty. Brazil recognizes the relevance of the Forum on Financing for Development, held recently, and is open to work constructively together with other countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, with the intention of preparing the summit of the Sustainable Development Goals to be held in September 2023. We must move ahead together without leaving anyone behind. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Brazil. And now, yes, Argentina is recognized. Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. It is a pleasure, and we will speak specifically because, as you have said, for us,
todavía un tema de
who
concientización.
are responsible for the agenda in Argentina,
El mes que viene hay que presentar el informe
we
acá
are
en Argentina.
convinced that this is the case. I will adhere to this presentation of Pamela Garcia Martin, who spoke on behalf of the civil society. And I repeat once again the position of Argentina with the clarity of generating the necessary mechanism for the civil society, which is a very important actor to meet the strategic alliance for the achievement of these goals be effective. A commitment by the state of Argentina to work together in finding a solution. Also asking here something that has been said essentially as a matter that our great coherence of countries have been repeating, the need for South-South cooperation through the UN system, through all agencies that try to do this. Let me tell you one thing. We have been working on a gender approach project financed by the IDP that has a representative here. We believe that these things truly change people's lives. Partnerships, strategic partnerships truly are aims for people to live more happily, to be able to do social justice and help everyone to live in an organized society. I believe that this is an example of strategic partnership and hope this forum may not turn into boring events and that each one of these commitments can be taken to the summit that is coming in New York. Thank you very much. Thank you, my dear Martinez. And now we will hand over and recognize Uruguay. Well, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. I would like to thank the previous speakers for the presentations, especially the panelists, very rich. And since I do not have much time, I just want to make some comments, but tell you also of the experiences that Uruguay has been going through and actions being carried out with regard to partnerships and specifically financing. Meeting the agenda requires many resources, and at first stage we said that we have domestic duties, but insufficient. And Uruguay advocates for international agencies to be able to access, although middle or middle high income country, but nevertheless to have access to this. But nevertheless, the country was able this year to place a green bond and is analyzing with the World Bank another form of loan. And I would like to focus on two things by the civil society, the business sector in Uruguay. Through the Global Compact that has a very important activity in Uruguay, they are including in their policy the themes of SDGs. The gender approach is each time gaining greater ground and participation. And well, as it was said here, we need to begin doing this. And a very small project, a pilot that we're carrying out with the help of the UN on financing for energy transformation. This is a project that, well, it also works with the financial sector, but there are impact studies, and the governance of the projects involves the UN Women. So a small project, let's see what impact it has. But what I'm saying that this is going in the right direction, and we're hoping that it will be successful and that it be an experience that we may be able to replicate and repeat it by others. Thank you. And now we will move on to recognize the agency and begin with Pilar. Thank you. On behalf of the Technical Secretariat of the Fund for the Indigenous People of Latin America and the Caribbean field, I am pleased to address you. For those who don't know, our organization was created in 1992 with the second Iberian American Summit of Heads of State and comprises 22 countries. And so it is a unique agency on account of its particular territory or peer governance system. And so within the context of SDGs, we can say that the few times that they refer to indigenous people, they do so considering them individually. And as one part of the long vision of the poor and vulnerable in the planet, there is no reference to this cultural wealth represented by the indigenous people that have insisted time and time again of a rereading of the SDGs, considering the cultural aspect and considering a world where multiple cultures coexist. And we have a lot to contribute towards a more inclusive social change. And we need to ensure compliance of SDGs. And the concrete actions that I can share with you, there's a contribution by SDG 2, Zero Hunger, traditional knowledge of indigenous people are vital for this and for the transformation of food systems. And because of the scientific knowledge, nutrition, health, and that their practices are in harmony with Mother Earth and they're resistant to the natural risks and disasters that have increased recently. Likewise, based on the drive and the establishment of the nation of the Iberian American Institute of Indigenous Languages, which is a contribution to the World Organization of the same kind, and contribute to SDGs 4, 5, 16, 11, 16, and 17. And CELAC, by actively taking part in analyzing the conclusions of the World Conference on Water recently, has considered to give priority to and arrange actions in order to continue contributing in the enjoyment of the rights of indigenous people in compliance of SDG 6. And along this line of work, and in sum, I can say that we have the dialogue for governance in relation water and cultural activities. We will continue with agreements and initiatives worked on at the World Conference on Water in order to draft indicators on human rights, access to water and sanitation. Water for life, with a system of indicators with the relevant cultural relevance to measure the progress of its ecosystem in the more important aspects of the region. Water and sanitation for indigenous people and implementing pilot projects in indigenous terrain that promote the governance of water, access and sanitation, and even deep delineation. And lastly, strengthening our capacities refer to training processes for our leaders, indigenous and others, so that they may take part in processes of dialogue in better conditions and promote the recovery of ancestral knowledge. So speed up the execution of the 2030 agenda at all levels will require of coherent policies, appropriate measures, and concrete actions by state. These actions will transform the development and must be based on a framework of human rights and be aligned to the protection of the environment. Indigenous people, as the holders of rights, must be legally recognized and included in full respect and protection of their individual and collective rights.
Concrete actions to put an end to discrimination and undoubtedly being able to participate significantly in the decision-making process and process related to SDGs at all levels. The road to the SDG summit is a major opportunity to adapt and to reinforce a commitment with the 2030 agenda through dialogue between intercultural development models and favorable for the rehabilitation of all humankind. The vision of indigenous peoples understands the world in harmony between human beings and nature, which it's a proposal is a new social and environmental coexistence that enables sustainable development. That's why we are aware that indigenous peoples are not prioritized in the agendas. In many cases, indigenous peoples are in the fourth or fifth order of priority. So therefore, this discussion allows us to look the wealth that indigenous peoples can contribute in order to achieve SDGs with inclusion and full participation and engagement. Ancestors' knowledge of the indigenous peoples may be supplemented with emerging solutions. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Y ahora para
And now, in closing the agendas, I'd like to offer the floor CEPAL, Central American Integration System. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to read on behalf of our Secretary General of the Central American Integration System, Mr. Bernard Vargas, who would like to wish you all success. The 2030 agenda is compatible with our Tegucigalpa protocol regarding the SEEK objectives that intends to achieve integration in Central America in order to build a peaceful, free, democratic and developing region. As a second, we contribute to our member countries to the achievement of the 2030 agenda and SDGs, specifically number 17, that is part of this important forum. Developing partnerships internally and externally in our system in order to also achieve the 5 pillars of regional integration, which are democratic security, disaster risk management and climate change, social integration, economic integration, and institutional strengthening. This is also reflected specifically in our work plan 2022-2026, adopted by the heads of states in the governments of SICA in December 2022, and available to the audience on our official website. We highlight 2 pillars, which are systemic and the strengthening of partnerships with strategic partners. The first one focused on promoting trust in order to drive political dialogue in favor of regional integration and institutional cohesion of SICA, specifically after the challenges derived from COVID-19 pandemic. And the second one, in order to strengthen cooperation and friendship and to fostering of foreign investment to the benefit of our region, which is being resumed and renewed from the appointment of our Secretary General in August 2022. We work with different partners to implement initiatives with cross-cutting impact in most sectors, highlighting states, United Nations agencies, academia, civil society organizations, youth organizations, women, indigenous communities, and Afro-descendant communities, among others, such as to mention a few. We drive gender equality and equality with the support of women, nutritional equality with support of PMA, and FAO energy with support of Mexico, OLADE, among others. Migration with OEM and ACNUR, human settlements with UN Habitat, healthcare with PAHO and WHO, education and culture with UNESCO, among others. Likewise, to highlight that we are working hand in hand with other regional mechanisms and sub-regional mechanisms, mainly Latin American Economic System, Mercosur, Association of Caribbean States, and the Community, Latin American Society, ALADI, OTCA, and the CARICOM community, with whom we have been working on strategies to fight sargassum in the Caribbean Sea. In 2022, we resumed our linkages with all those mentioned in the chair of the Latin American Community, CELAC, having met recently to address our convergence in terms of food and nutritional security and also energy integration to establish a roadmap of joint work. ICA has a sound institutional arrangement to work around the priorities of our member states, and as we said it, around the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. And therefore, we can articulate and continue to work regionally with different sectors in order to align regionally focused actions. Uh, it is, of course, around the SDGs that will supplement the national efforts. As we have seen during this forum, in order to achieve these goals, it is not enough to join our national actions. We do need joint work and a larger degree of global cooperation, to which we reiterate our support. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
De esta forma, damos por
We close panel number 5 that addressed SDG number 17. I'd like to thank the Chair, Marisol Merkel, Chairman of the National Social Policy Coordination Entity of Argentina, that's chairing the session regarding sustainable development, and also the different panelists that were with us this morning in this first panel. Now, please stay in your seats. We are going to take a break in the hall in order to start the panel discussion path to SDG Summit, transformative initiatives, creating opportunities to strengthen commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its full implementation at all levels. So please, the delegations, stay in the room while we change the panel.
De manera que siempre Cuba de los 77 en Chile para promover el consenso. Ya está suficiente.
Convocamos a todas las delegaciones, por favor, a tomar sus puestos.
Let's please resume our seats. All delegations, please.
Bueno, damos inicio a la mesa.
So we'll start the panel discussion path to the SDG Summit, transformative initiatives, creating opportunities to strengthen commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its full implementation at all levels. I'd like to welcome the Executive Secretary José Manuel Salazar and Luis Yáñez, Secretary of the Commission, and I'd like to invite and also welcome our moderator, Maria Kamenskiev, permanent representative of Argentina in the United Nations, precisely from Argentina, of your country, where we exercise our presidency. Welcome, Ambassador. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marisol. Good morning, everyone. I am pleased to be here today chairing this panel that addresses a matter that I believe is at the core of achieving the sustainable development in our region, just the need to reinforce our commitment with the 2030 agenda and of thinking what are those transformative initiatives that will allow us to address the huge world challenges that we are facing today. I understand that this discussion is especially relevant where we're ready for the Sustainable Development uh, Summit that will take place in September this year. Comprehensive examination will be done of the SDGs, and we will look to generate results that will provide political guidance to member states in order to accelerate the SDGs. We'll have the presence of Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America, Pedro Luis Pedroso, Special Representative of Cuba to the United Nations, to coordinate Cuba's presidency of the Group of 77, and China, Ambassador Paula Narvaez, a permanent representative of Chile to the United Nations, and who also acts in her capacity as Vice President of the Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, and Mr. Luis Felipe Lopez Calva, Global Director of the Poverty and Equity Global Practice of the World Bank. Before offering the floor to the speakers that are with me, allow me to take 1 minute to share a few thoughts with you. I believe we can all coincide that we are facing crisis. The loss of biodiversity is even deeper, and inequality, global inequity are larger and larger, just like hunger, poverty, and food insecurity, economic crisis, external foreign debt crisis have covered the entire planet. I believe we are going to agree with the fact that this situation, although it affects all nations in the world, has impacted specifically uh, developing countries, exacerbating their structural heterogeneity and creating a true development crisis, and seriously compromising the achievement of the 2030 agenda and of its 17 SDGs. As ICLAC says in its report, although for 2023 we expect economic growth of 1.2% for Latin America and the Caribbean, this year it'll be 10 years in which average growth in the region will have been only 0.8%. In this report, it is highlighted that only 25% of the SDG goals for which there is information show a behavior that allows us to foresee their fulfillment for the year 2030. However, the estimation is also that 48% of those goals show a correct but insufficient trend in order to achieve the corresponding goal, and that the other 27% shows a setback or a negative trend. Overcoming the multidimensional crisis requires collective work and decisive work in order to achieve a true, equitable, just, and resilient solution. We need to start by reinforcing our commitment with the 2030 agenda. 8 years out, undoubtedly, this document has become the guiding principle of the actions of the international community for sustainable development in its three pillars: social, economic, and environmental one. And in that sense, it must still be our objective. Of course, it's necessary to double our commitment with all the implementation means agreed on the Addis Ababa agenda, both in terms of the number as well as the quality thereof, in order to achieve adequate financing and predictable financing that will allow for sustainable development.
The recent proposal from the Secretary General in using SDGs to meet the 2030 agenda is something that we must do, but it is also necessary to reflect on which are the new tools, innovative tools that will allow us to counteract the negative trends and the goals we have in mind. That is why the discussion that we will hold today is very relevant. This year, Latin America will have excellent leadership. I'm talking about UN. On the one hand, we have the chair of the 77 China group in the hands of Cuban colleagues who have uh, defended the interest of the global South in issues that are key for development. On the other hand, in July, Chile will be the chair of ECOSOC, main agency for the follow-up of 2030 agenda. I am sure the ambassador Paula Narvaez will have an excellent role in that position. And in September, Trinidad and Tobago will take up the chair of the 78th session period of the General Assembly. And I am certain that they will watch out for the needs of the region. But let me also say that we have in the hands of Mr. Lopez Calva a permanent ally as a permanent part of the UN. He has been of great support. In short, I think that our region is facing a unique opportunity to truly contribute to this debate from a Latin American and Caribbean perspective, in order to have a future perspective so that we truly may go back to the path of sustainable development, leaving no one behind. And with this, I give the floor to our first speaker, who is precisely Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Thank you, Madam Ambassador. I'd like to especially greet Pedro Luis Pedroso, a permanent representative from Cuba to UN, as chair of G77 plus China. Dear Ambassador Paula Narvaez, Vice President of the ECOSOC, and a permanent representative of Chile at UN. Dear colleague Luis Felipe Lopez Calva, General Director of Poverty and Equity Division from the World Bank. Dear friends, as we have often talked during these days, the recent shocks colliding have dampened our perspectives towards sustainable development in the region. As we have reported in terms of SDG, only 24.6% of the goals have been met or would be met under the current trends, and just gold 48%. The trend is correct, but it is not enough. And in 27% of the goals, there's a setback. In spite of this negative panorama, we have been making efforts to meet these goals, and these have led a positive institutional trail, such as strengthening of public, private, and civil society institutions, and the strengthening of new processes to follow up, to dialogue, and to adopt actions towards SDGs. The institutional capabilities that have been built in these years include a series of measurement systems that will help public policy in terms of 2030, but we are now midway. And as I said in the opening remarks, we're not halfway through. We must set up a faster pace. I think that all of the players must have a conviction of the future so we truly have an impact in the structures that are needed to keep going that fast towards that future. We have an initiative that could be transforming if they come to scale, because they are capable of producing a synergy, a multiplying effect to encourage the implementation of several of these goals. We have listed these initiatives in the last chapter of the report that was prepared for this meeting. And I would like to go back into them and repeat. explaining. First, energy transition and its impact on the related industries. The countries in the region have a tremendous potential in terms of clean, modern wind, solar, thermal sources of clean energy. And this is an area that has projects in renewables that may speed up the transition. The modernization of the energy mix may potentially encourage industrial sectors and the productive chains with good effect in the improvement of the supply of services, all related to SDG 9, as well as the creation of jobs and the reduction of greenhouse gases related with SDG 13. And besides, the change in energy grid will favor transport and will also impact the mobility and the air quality of our cities, which in turn has to do with SDG 11. Green hydrogen, lithium, and electromobility are three sectors that are most outstanding in the region because of the potentiality to change and to create synergy. We believe that having in mind the competitive advantages of the region that are greater in terms of renewables, that the contribution of the region to decarbonize the world is not just having to do with the carbon emissions themselves, but in the contribution that the region may make towards decarbonizing the rest of the world. We have to think about that because the region may become competitive in green energy and low cost energy. So it may become a region attractive for energy intensive processes. The second transforming one has to do with bioeconomy because it may become one of the great triggers for sustainable inclusive development. Bioeconomy has to do with use, reuse, and regeneration of biological resources as well as knowledge, innovation, and related information. And this can contribute to an innovative industrialization that is called bioindustrialization, as related to the production of goods such as bioplastics, bio pharmaceutical uh, products, and biodiagnosis that could also uh, positively affect our environment, having to do with SDG 13, 14, and 15. Bioeconomy can also encourage sustainable agriculture through the use of biofertilizers, triggering a good contribution to food and nutritional security and the fight against poverty, against hunger, and I'm talking about SDG 2. Another initiative has to be to the digital transformation, and this means that we may become a model of consumption, improving productivity, improving goods and services that will in turn contribute to meeting SDG 12. Digitalization can also be multiplying in other fields such as education, health, public sector, e-medicine, online arrangements, government services. These are ways to reduce the gap to access and services and will contribute to reach SDG 3, 4, 8, 10, and 16. Fourthly, we have the promotion of exports of modern services enabled by the internet. The region may improve in the exports of services such as business, professional, financial, mining, design, medical services, amongst others. The export of these services may encourage the growth of productivity, may create decent jobs, quality jobs, favoring the quality of education, and bring in more regional integration, reducing the gender gaps, and bring in environmental lower cost solutions, favoring more than half of SDGs. If the great bet to grow in the last decades was industrialization, nowadays, thanks to the digital revolution, the bet includes naturally industrialization, but they are more diverse, including modern services and modern agriculture. Both used to be believed only in the hands of industries such as economies of scale, foreign trade, innovation, uh, looking forward and backwards, and creating knowledge. The fifth initiative has to do the care society and gender equality, ensuring the right to care and to be cared for, and encouraging this through affirmative action in oversight in the labor markets, in productive economic and social measures may affect the growth, new employment and new income, and help reduce poverty, informality, and narrowing the gender gap. Aging of our population will make the next decade getting our countries to be facing these tremendous challenges of caring for our older person. This is a greater challenge than caring for the kids. We must create a care institutionality that will the care for the older person will become one of the main sources for the creation of jobs and all related to care. And this will be a tremendous transformation that will bring in this demographic growth. The sixth is the sustainable tourism. And in view of its importance in the economies of the region, they have the potentiality of contributing to meeting all SDGs, such as sustainable tourism that may reduce rural poverty, greenhouse gases, creating quality jobs, and improving the quality of the lives of the population in the tourist locations in order to have a sustainable tourism and appreciating more natural patrimony and cultural patrimony, protecting the rights of the workers, amongst others, that will in turn contribute to meeting all SDGs as a whole. The seventh and last initiative, at least in this list, not the only one, these are not the only seven, but these are the ones that we wanted to mention here. This initiative has to do with regional integration. Going forward toward a wide, stable market is important for regional trade and to develop greater productive capabilities, giving way to new investment in strategic sectors. Facilitation and cost reduction of trade and cross investment between the country and the region may trigger new productive change creation, such as electromobility, renewables, pharmaceutical industry, these sort of services, thus helping the implementation of several SDGs. In the past, we saw regional integration as an option to more integration with the rest of the world. But nowadays, we see both as supplementary. We must have more regional integration in order to gain more profit of our integration with the rest of the world. And finally, and generally speaking, I'd like to repeat the message that encouraging these transforming initiatives will need new instruments to design and implement public policy based on long-term strategic vision. The future exploration and the foresight, the capability with different players that have to do with public policy is basic to bring in new opportunities. These days, together with the Vice General Secretary of UN, Amin Mohamed, and all of the colleagues that lead agencies, funds, and programs from UN, we have realized that there is tremendous knowledge that the UN system provides at all a series of SDGs, knowledge that is at the service of countries with resilience and flexibility to be adjusted to the realities and priorities of each country, and also knowledge and expertise that will be benefiting and leveraging a great critical mass of international experience that can be comparative from all UN agencies and programs. I am sure that the dialogue during these 3 days will bring a very clear message from the region for the SDG Summit in September in New York this year, and many lessons on the program and progresses and pending dialogues and the ways to speed up our pace towards meeting SDGs by 2030. Thank you. Thank you very much, Executive Secretary, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar. And we now give the floor to Ambassador Pedro Luis Pedroso, Special representative of Cuba at United Nations, and coordinator of the Cuba's presidency of the Group 77 and China, G77 China. Thank you, Marielita, and good morning, dear Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, ministers, delegates, guests. On behalf of G77 in China, I wish to bring our appreciation to Mr. Salazar and ECLAX for the invitation to participate in this roundtable at the sixth meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. I'd like to emphasize the relevance of this debate and its importance for the global South and for Latin America and the Caribbean. It is indeed a pleasure and an honor to be here sharing this table with my colleagues, ambassador in Chile at UN, and actually with my friend Luis Felipe. And please, don't take whatever I may say personally. I think it's very important, and I thank the German delegation that is listening to us. And by the way, soon the Latin American summit of CELAC and EU will be held. And I think this discussion will become very important, having in mind that future summit and naturally for the SDG summit as well. We are going through difficult times, especially for developing countries, because we have all been greatly affected by the negative impact of COVID-19. A strong decrease of the flows and assistance towards development, both bilateral and multilateral. The geopolitical tension and conflicts in different places of the world, the rise in prices of foodstuff and energy, the market volatilities, inflation, this unsustainable burden of the debt, and climate change. For a growing number of countries, to that, we can add the burdensome load of unilateral coercive measures coming from more developed nations. The only way to avoid a tremendous crisis in the South that may have negative effects for mankind is a different qualitative system of cooperation towards development that will foster the implementation of the transforming objectives that are set in the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Accord. As we have already said in other fora, and recently at the spring meetings of the World Bank and the IMF in Washington, we're talking about a multidimensional challenge that must be seen seriously through urgent and structural measures. And in that, for G77 and China, it will be basic to face real reform of the financial international architecture. The current governance system of financial international institutions was created almost a century ago. And now they do not represent the interests and needs of most of its members. And I would say that its policies do not favor developing countries and do not offer space for domestic public policies nor the necessary stability to meet SDGs.
The reform of IFIs must, among other things, aim to a more effective participation of developing countries in the governance and decision-making processes of these institutions. B, a better architecture of sovereign debt with a significant participation by developing countries. C, the rechanneling of special drawing rights unused for countries of the South, as well as a new allocation of special drawing rights and a considerable recapitalization of multilateral development banks in order to respond to the growing financial needs of developing countries. And fourth, creation of international, inclusive and effective fund within the framework of the United Nations and the rationalization of the role of risk rating agencies. And also the establishment of a series of measures for progress in terms of sustainable development to go beyond the GDP to determine the access of developing countries to financing with favorable conditions and also technical cooperation. It is essential for the countries of medium and low income and undoubtedly for many countries in our region. Likewise, it is crucial to ensure that our countries may have the necessary fiscal space for post-pandemic recovery and achieving SDGs by mobilizing significant investment in infrastructure of good quality, reliable, sustainable, and resilient. The new paradigm for international cooperation to which we not only aspire, but that is absolutely necessary, should, among its drivers, have cooperation with regard to science, technology, and innovation in order to transit toward development models that are more sustainable and equitable. And here I allow me to mention the summit that is being prepared by the Group of 77 in China in La Habana on September 15th and 16th on the way to the summit on SDGs, and that will focus precisely on science, technology, and innovation. With, in addition to everything I've said so far, we need a new turn in international aid for development, and including the long-standing commitment by developing countries with official aid for development, as well as the commitment that were contracted by virtue of agreements and mechanisms established in legally binding documents such as the UN Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement. Climate change has transformed the nature of the challenges facing development, and so therefore the internationally agreed climate agenda must be applied fully according to the principle of equity and common responsibilities, but differentiated in terms of capacities. It is absolutely disillusioning to that the target of mobilizing $100 million per annum until 2020 never materialized. And in that context, we emphasize the need to move ahead in the process to establish the new collective goal quantified on climate financing, as well as making operational the fund to respond to the losses and damages. Your Excellencies, we cannot think of a new cooperation paradigm if we do not pay attention to the issues affecting the international trade system that must also be reformed. The multilateral trade system should foster the establishment of supply chains that are stable and sustainable by means of promoting growth driven by exports by developing countries. And for this, it is necessary to reinforce a special and differentiated treatment for the nations of the South as a multilateral principle. Unilateralism and protectionism, including restrictive measures to trade, which are incompatible with the WTO organization. And these must be rearranged as well as applying coercive unilateral measures against developing countries on account of political reasons. The developed countries will have to commit more vigorously to facing illegal financial flows coming from the developing countries and that dwindle the ability of our economies to achieve development and growth that is sustainable. The SDG summit will be held in the midst of this critical circumstance, and addressing this with means for implementation continues to be a challenge that should be considered holistically. The time has come to send a clear political message to renew our collective agreement for applying the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs, based also on important milestones such as the Agenda for Action of Addis Ababa and the Paris Agreement. The G77 and China will wager efforts to draft a declaration that strengthens the political will of leaders at the highest level and focus on the immediate implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs while addresses voids and challenges that I have mentioned. The current challenges related to development demand of the countries of the South to strengthen as never before their unity and spirit to fight and achieve our legitimate demands. This is the only way of avoiding the unfair imperative order may finally do away with the dreams of prosperity and social justice of our people. The outcomes of the summit on SDGs will have at the same time contribute significantly to the process for the preparation of the summit of the future in 2024. It is not possible to convene on the future without addressing the urgencies of the present. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ambassador Pedroso. I thank you. And now we recognize Ambassador Paula Narvaez, who is the permanent representative of Chile to the United Nations. Thank you very much, my dear Maria del Carmen Scef. It is a pleasure to be with you in this panel, same as, for example, our host, Jose Manuel Salazar. And I thank you very much for having generated this space for conversation, also to Luis Yañez and also the chair of the panel. And my dear colleague from the United Nations, Roberto Donoso, for being here. It is a pleasure. And of course, once again, meet Felipe in a different capacity today in the World Bank, but also having coincided in so many other conversations that are of importance to Latin America and the Caribbean. And greet each delegation here, the regional directors of the United Nations, and of course, the representatives of the funds, agencies, and programs of the UN, and also especially greet the civil society who are with us here today, their representatives, because if there is anything that is innovative for the execution of the 2030 Agenda, this will have to do with the ownership of citizens of what this agenda implies. We may analyze the conditions that our region has today for addressing the 2030 Agenda. But if we do not communicate this to citizens, we will hardly achieve what we need to achieve. And so I believe it is important to have this shared dialogue together with everyone. As you well know, this Tuesday, the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, on occasion of the launch of the special edition of the report on advancements in the SDG agenda, said that we are halfway through the road to achieve SDGs and are leaving behind more than half of the world. And what it said like that in just one phrase, it is printed out in a report, is in fact a vital experience for thousands of people in different parts of the planet, with a special face, I may say, mainly women and girls. The Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, as the Executive Secretary said, considers that only 25% of the goals about which we have information show a behavior that allows us to foresee achievement by 2030. However, it considers that 48% of these show a correct direction, but insufficient to achieve the respective goal, and that the remaining 27% shows a setback. The greatest risk of non-compliance can be seen in the SDG related to poverty. 10, the reduction of inequalities, SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, SDG 13, climate action, SDG 16, peace, justice, and institutions. And our region, as we all know, is mainly comprised by middle-income countries that mostly depend to a great extent on the export of raw materials such as oil, minerals, and farming products. It makes them all vulnerable to fluctuations in world prices, and consequences of this we have experienced very vividly in recent years. Despite the advances, we have inappropriate infrastructure still in comparison to the level of challenges implied by achieving the 2030 agenda, and that were suffered a greater setback by reassigning the resources for infrastructure projects to the health emergency on account of COVID-19 and its impact. Our region, and this we say always, is one of the regions most unequal of the world. In 2019, 20% of the wealthiest people in the population concentrated almost half of all revenues, whereas the poorest 20% had less than 5% of the total. The income inequality restricts economic growth, and although it is true that this can be corrected with the construction of public policy that are appropriate to address this inequality, we know that it also entails a very deep political issue that must necessarily be addressed, because this political issue today occurs in populations that are precisely claiming greater levels of social justice, and where it is necessary, therefore, to have a greater political dialogue. We cannot ask only public policy to resolve this structural condition of inequality. The Social Outlook 2022 of CEPAL forecasts that 201 million people, 32.1% of the total population in the region, lives in poverty, of which 82 million, that is to say 13.1%, is in extreme poverty. Despite the slight reduction in 2021, forecasts show that poverty rates and extreme poverty will remain in 2022 above those levels in pre-pandemic. And this means that 15 million people will also be living in poverty in comparison to the situation prior to the pandemic, and that the number of people living in extreme poverty will be of 12 million more than those recorded in 2019, with a greater incidence by young people, women, and indigenous or Afro-descendant people. And also, according to various UNDP reports and of ECLAC itself, we know that one of the greatest problems affecting the region to fully be part of the world political and economic scenarios is institutional poverty, or the lack of governance that reduces and limits public confidence and does not encourage development, and is an obstacle to regional integration. Now, of course, many of the answers depend on how we address this institutional weakness and how we create better governance in order to precisely address this deficit in governance. And say that on account of this diagnosis, next year, where a resolution has been passed by the General Assembly with support by the member states, so that one of the SDGs that we should review in 2024 be referred to poverty and addressing this diagnosis. There are also challenges of a demographic nature. Some countries of the region face challenges of this type, such as aging, that has not been mentioned, and of the population and low birth rates that could restrict economic growth by reducing the size of labor and increasing the burden on programs. Latin America and the Caribbean faces difficulties and uncertainties generated by global crises in waterfall, climate, biodiversity, health, employment, education, food security, and the cost of life, and that have all stemmed from the COVID-19 pandemic, but also inherited from before, and sharpened by conflicts and tensions of a geopolitical type, such as the war in Ukraine, which has led to the important disturbances to trade, investment at global level, as well as a rise in foreign debt, less fiscal space, and greater volatility of the financial system at a global level. The main trade impact of the conflicts in the region are the rises in the price of energy, oil, gas, mining, coal, copper, nickel, food, wheat, oils, and fertilizers, on account of the relevant position of the Russian and Ukraine war. And in the global panorama, this situation is characterized by limitation in the macroeconomic space combined with increasing social demands. And it is clear that the projection for economic growth in the region, according to ECLAC, is of only 1.2% for 2023. However, and as indicated by the Executive Secretary, all other development is of longer standing. This completes a period of 10 years when the average growth in the region was of only 0.8%, less than the 2% that characterized the last decade of the 80s on account of the very low growth in productivity and investment. This is still there, still our greatest challenge. And to overcome this limitation, the structure, it is necessary to move towards the transition of economy and city with low carbon emissions, environmentally sustainable, and so achieve a higher sustained and inclusive growth. To achieve a structural and that is social and environmentally sustainable, it's important to build a solid and dynamic base with productive development policies to diversify the productive matrix with that are knowledge-intensive technology, being able to create better jobs, and strengthening the abilities of the state to redesign and implement effective policies for the long term. The socioeconomic transition requires investment flows that are significantly higher and that remove barriers that inhibit the adoption of new and better technologies. It is necessary, as was said by our dear representative of the G77, the chairman of the G77, an international financial architecture is appropriate. The lack of access to long-term finances is a key limitation faced by our countries that are mostly middle income. So basing solely on GDP to measure economic growth and development has often left to the exclusion of middle-income countries from important channels for international cooperation for development and access to concessional and non-concessional financing to attend to the specific challenges, especially those related to the middle-income trap as a limited fiscal space and a high level of debt, among others. And that is why it is so good that we may share here with the World Bank, and as we have also done in New York and Washington with the IMF. And the last report by ECLAC on the advance in SDGs in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean showed that in the region, it is possible to see a very low productivity in terms of labor on account of the very low amount of quality employment. And this implies a need for a coherent policy to create new productive jobs and extend the coverage of social protection for those who run the risk of lagging behind in this transition. And here, all the more so, we must increase labor participation by women, doing away with access barriers that considers two areas. On the one hand, we see that we need to increase formalities and recognize and make visible caregiving, household, unpaid work carried out mostly by women on account of an asymmetric division of labor and move towards co-responsibility for the state to provide support for the provision of care. We congratulate the work done by ECLAC and UN Women together that has made in the states of Latin America and the Caribbean to move towards state implementation of this. Latin America is working on this implementation to relay the role of caregivers in society, encouraging their training and formal employment and consolidating a record of caregivers, and also moving ahead with the prevention of dependence with decent aging policies. This is just one example of the relevance of working towards the consolidation of systems for social protection that are universal, integral, sustainable, resilient, enduring, guarantee minimum floors for quality protection throughout the life cycle. And for this, it is indispensable to strengthen the capacity of the state with necessary resources to make viable a greater public spending, addressing social demands and the challenges for investment necessary to further productivity and face climate change.
Now, talking about social protection and the need to strengthen minimum social protection, that together with G77 and to the majority of southern countries, we will be driving the social summit of 2025 because it is a meeting which which mainly impacts the realities of the global south. The Secretary General has said it in its common agenda, but for sure we will be strongly driving that there's going to be a mandate from the General Assembly for the conduction of this summit. I'd like to close, but I must mention there are technological aspects, as mentioned here, but I'd like to mention education. Education remains a fundamental pillar. This leads us to a last item in terms of development of countries. There's no better investment than investing on education. The educational earthquake due to COVID, because of its interruption, may be a key um, deepening of inequalities if it is not addressed with specific public policies focused on boys, girls, and adolescents in order to avoid the scar effect that undermines the development opportunities in the region. We must reverse the damage caused by the pandemic from the early childhood and in line with the changing processes in the area of employment. Just one brief comment about the necessary development of implementation strategies for the 2030 agenda, as the one launched by my country, by Chile, that was delivered to the Vice DG by President Gabi Boris, not only as a socialization tool, but in order to build participation of this agenda that all states members of the United Nations have created. It is not an agenda of our government. It is an agenda of the states together with civil society for the achievement of sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, embajadora.
Thank you, Ambassador Narvaez, for your presentation. We'd like to offer the floor to Luis Felipe Lopez Calva, Director General of from World Bank. First of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation to this discussion, and especially, of course, I'd like to thank José Manuel Salazar, Secretary of ICLAC, Marisol Merkel, Ambassador Steph, and Ambassadors Pedroso and Narvaez, all of them for whom I have lots of affection and respect, and many colleagues and friends of the United Nations system. It is a pleasure to be here, back here. Really, what I want to present, I have a few data to show, and I'd like to give you a more global perspective, but then to connect it with some aspects that I believe are relevant to what's going on in the discussion regarding the definition of multilateral banking system, and in particular, how this is looked at from the perspective of the World Bank. But it's important to start, well, you've been discussing for several days about the progress of SDGs. Let me just emphasize on one of them, which for some reason is number one, which somehow is the one that is a mandate of the World Bank. If you visit the World Bank, it says the world is our dream, is a free of poverty world. Mandate number one is the elimination of global poverty, and somehow it is the practice that I lead globally. It's a cross-cutting aspect of the work we do to support the teams in the fulfillment of such mandates. So we spent a few years with a significant reduction of world poverty, but that reduction was being driven because of several reasons. But we had important reductions in the last few decades, but the pandemic came. So our latest report, this chart is important. The bar you see at the end of this chart is the increased poverty due to the COVID-19 pandemic and also the economic crisis that comes from it and the subsequent overshadowed crisis that we've been experiencing. That is the largest increase in global poverty from World War II since we started monitoring poverty. Of course, there has been a recovery after COVID, but we are still far. But most importantly, we know that poverty is a multidimensional phenomenon, not only in terms of revenue. If we look at non-monetary dimensions, we see still a large quantity of people that somehow that refers to Ambassador Narvaez's comment we are leaving lots of people behind. As the Secretary General put it, also non-monetary aspects that somehow are, for example, access to rights. This forecast is important because what we're showing here is that in a reasonable scenario, even optimistic, I would say, from now until 2030, even with the poverty reduction process that we were already leading, but after the COVID increase, the global poverty reduction goal by 2030 is out of reach, and it is out of reach if we continue to do what we're doing now. The question is, what should we do different in order to change that trajectory? And I think it is a very relevant question. The largest concentration, if we consider extreme poverty, which is from 2015 to $0.15 per day, there's a huge regional concentration of extreme poverty. However, if we consider the other poverty lines that we use worldwide, poverty becomes much more relevant, especially for middle-income countries. And I'd like to discuss it here, something that I'm going to mention at the end, which is in the discussion, starting from the capital adequacy framework paper from G20 and the discussion of the previous annual meetings of the World Bank and IMF, that's the mandate of rethinking the mission of the World Bank. And we are in this discussion right now in-house regarding the roadmap for the evolution of the World Bank. We've been taking part in different contexts. Personally, our practice, specifically in the redefinition of our vision and the redefinition of the indicators, in order to measure progress in this mission. It is important to mention that one of the discussions, for example, if you're going to consider a higher poverty line or a different type of poverty line, either 365 or even 685, in the indicators that are defining the mission of the World Bank. It is important because, as you see, when we go to middle or low income countries, it is much more relevant to consider the poverty indicator. And if we look at 685, it's even worse. In the case of Latin America and the Caribbean, we would probably consider 15 countries for which poverty, once again, is irrelevant again. If we take that line, it is not if we consider the 215, which is a very low poverty line for the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. But this is not only a measurement issue, but it has relevant operating implications. I'd like to give you some information that I consider important. If we consider the poverty line of the middle to high income countries, which is $6.85 per person per day, which is another very high line if we consider the level of income that entails, we are saying that 47% of the global population are below that line. So almost half of the population, once again, referring to even in terms of this line, to the quote from the Secretary General, we would say that half of the world is poor if we consider the poverty line of the middle to high income line of poverty. So it is not a trivial discussion in terms of how we measure. Even I believe there's an agreement, and we all agree that poverty is not only monetary; that's fundamental, and the issue of vulnerability. But if we consider that only monetary, it is not trivial as how we define it in terms of the operating implications. And of course, we can compensate for these income gaps with fiscal policies. This chart shows in orange the poverty level and the absence of fiscal responses to the COVID crisis. And in blue, you see poverty after the fiscal response. Basically, what this is showing is that it was key during COVID pandemic, the fiscal response coming from countries in order to compensate or partially offset the effect of the crisis on poverty. In all cases, we have a impact, but what we emphasize on the report is the three panels from the top to the lowest. This effectiveness was quite heterogeneous, and it depends a lot on the country's capacity from the fiscal point of view and from the institutional and administrative point of view. That is, and also because of structural reasons in countries with larger degrees of informality or more market distortions, the fiscal response was equally important but less effective. So it is an interaction between the size of the response and the structural characteristics and institutional features. But what we show here is that we need to be ready to react quickly because there's a very important effect in that response. Please look on the left because I'd like to consider the fact that the economic growth remains important. On the left, you see the median of income of middle income countries compared to the income in the US as a reference of a high income country. And although there was a convergent process that stabilizes as much being reversed, let's say we are today at a time of divergence. Well, now, if we look at the level, we're still, as a middle income countries, we are still in a very low proportion of what it means to have a reference compared to a high income country. If we consider all these elements, we must think that economic growth is still very important. But the issue is not any kind of economic growth. And I'm going to talk about that in a second. I'm just closing this by showing that most of the poor in the world are still living in middle income countries. So the idea is then, if the mandate is to work in countries that are poor, or is the mandate that the idea is to work with the poor population of the world, and that has some differentiated implications in terms of operations. Just to show you this idea that when we talk about these poverty indicators, Gini index, shared prosperity, or even GDP, these are measures that partially, there's a partially more interesting indicator, which is the incidence of poverty. These are the poorest to the left and the less poor to the right. And we see the income growth. That's why the prosperity share prosperity index. No, in Latin America and the Caribbean, between 25 and 2010, this is a progressive line. That is to say, the poorest grew more in terms of income. Now, this starts changing in 2010 until 2014. And when we go into the pandemic, not only growth is much lower, but that growth is much more regressive. This is to say, the lower part is either losing or growing less in terms of income compared to the middle and to the upper part. This is very important to understand, Stana, because it also has implications in terms of social unrest and political economy. We need to emphasize from our side the productive capacity of the poor to have a sound social protection structure, but also to invest on the productive capacity of the poor. I would insist on the message from Ambassador Narvaez, the human capital destruction in terms of education and health by COVID-19 has very long-term implications and implication not only on productivity, but also on inequality. So we would expect to have a very important response from the countries in terms of recovering in that sense. And of course, this is that not any type of economic growth, because we know that climate action is key. And because we know that in middle income countries, and particularly in Latin America, we are particularly impacted. According to data, between 70% of the global emissions come from Latin America and the Caribbean. But what's important to say is that only half of those emissions are due to related to fossil fuels. The other half has to do with livestock and farming activity that actually feeds a large extent of the population beyond our countries. I'm going to avoid this because it's more technical, and just to close with an idea, equitable transition, as I propose to think about it, and many of those elements have been part of the previous speeches. We are looking at countries and at households, asking them to conduct an unprecedented technological transformation. It is important to consider that. Yes, there's lots of technological change, but we're asking countries in that energy transition, in the transition towards green jobs and sustainable manufacturing. All that is basically a technological transformation that is unprecedented in history. So, going to the next item, we need to, if we do not have the necessary financing schemes that can support that technological transformation, it will be very difficult. And that is part of the conversation taking place specifically inside the World Bank regarding this roadmap. How are we going to be able to support, provide support to that transition? Already in the spring meetings, we achieved an agreement that is insufficient, but it's important, which was to reduce um, the lending to equity ratio to expose capital a bit more, and therefore to free up close to $40 billion in 10 years, which is approximately $44 billion per year, in order to increase financing not only in terms of IBRD without considering IDA. So it is an important figure, but far from what countries need. There are only two ways of freeing up more resources. One is either you inject more capital, and the other one is you expose the existing capital, which is the capital adequacy framework. And there's a conflict in that, in the sense that all of this is being discussed by the member countries of the executive board. The idea is if we sacrifice the bank portfolio rating, which is a triple A, and capital is more exposed, that may have the implication that the debt cost may increase. And so somehow it is a decision between whether we intend to achieve more financing at a higher potential cost because the rating would fall for the portfolio, or more capital is injected in order to free up resources. All of this in terms of the volume that can be made available. The second one is depending on the indicators. There's lots of concern, and very legitimate, by the way, that by opening up windows for middle-income countries, resources for the poorest are retained. The idea is not to do that. The idea is to protect the resources that will continue to support those countries that are poor, but to open up financing windows for middle-income countries. And finally, I'm closing with this point, which I believe is important as well, and somehow was mentioned also, which is the other element that is important in order to achieve a successful transition is institutional changes, legal changes, political partnerships inside the countries or coalitions that may adapt. If we say that the resources coming from multilateral agencies can support, but if they are extremely insufficient, we therefore need the private sector. The question is then, why will the private sector invest on environments where the risk is significant? It is higher. So the question is, what type of adequacy is needed or instruments are needed as we have developed so that the private sector can effectively cover or close that financing gap in this transition. And just to say that coalitions need to involve national stakeholders and sovereign agreements in which international stakeholders do have technical support tools, financing tools and other types to inform the discussion, which needs to be a national discussion among stakeholders, that the agreements that lead to that successful transition are only sovereign agreements, and that the multilateral agencies can only provide support with technical assistance, information, knowledge, and financing. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Luis Felipe, for your remarks and the accuracy of the data you presented. Very quickly, we can say that all the presentations have a focus on key aspects from the presentation from the executive secretary. Thank you very much for your presence. And Juan Manuel Salazar, I believe I'd like to highlight the 7 initiatives and the chapters of the report that you explained so well, which are a way of being able to try to achieve the 2030 agenda. Pedro and chairmanship of G77 plus China is 133 countries of the 192 that are part of the United Nations. So we are an important majority and quite diverse. But from Pedro, I believe it is very important to consider what he said as the challenges we have.
Challenges on financial institutions. There is the debt, the way special draft rights are allocated, and I cannot but mention Argentina, and it would be very good for these surcharges to be included because it is really a tragedy amongst highly indebted countries. Ms. Narvaez, I think that Paula well summarized the risks that SDGs are going through. The SDGs that we must meet, but a review was also made on how one can have an outlook where a solid base of participation with civil society that is a motor for all these processes is important, and how to change the labor model because of the low productivity. Paula made a challenging presentation, but she also brought hope on how to solve this. More complex is looking at what Luis Felipe talked about. But I would keep one aspect of Luis Felipe's presentation. He says that mid to high income countries live with $6.85. And 47% of people are below this line. Therefore, most of the world is going through poverty, that is living in poverty. And I would believe this. And these poor people are mostly in mid-income countries. Therefore, these figures that Luis Felipe brought are scary. But I would repeat what he said at the end. He said we must create the conditions for the agreements, and these agreements must be seen within the countries. And these are partnerships that must be forged in our countries, and these will be reflected in the way we work with international financial institutions. And I now open the floor for those who wish to comment on the presentations we just heard.
Bueno, Jamaica, perfecto. Lo que les voy a pedir es que no se excedan de...
I ask the speakers to please stick to 7 minutes each, and we'll immediately give the floor to Jamaica, and afterwards Barbados. Barbados, Jamaica, Barbados, and Argentina. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I must apologize in advance as I will be following my statement for another meeting. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean comes at a critical point in development. Small island developing states have been constrained by structural issues and vulnerabilities, which have, at this point, been compounded by the impacts of geopolitical crises, climate change and its impacts, as well as new and emerging health crises. A strategic approach is required to enable structural transformations and promote resilience to both achieve positive change and sustain the gains of development over time. Indeed, there is need for foresight in development planning, and in order to achieve this, there is need for timely quality data to inform policy prescriptions. The events of the decade have emphasized the need for development cooperation both regionally and internationally, to achieve the SDGs. Jamaica's Voluntary National Review Report 2022 identified the structural and systemic issues which hinder national development, including low human capital development, climate change vulnerability, fossil fuel dependency, high public debt, and low export diversification, as well as the need to develop social capital to translate national development at the local level. The emerging challenges of population decline, high inflation, and global instability exacerbate the current development challenges. The VNR also reflected on the process of implementation since 2015, which is critical to the means of implementation, as strong institutional systems are foundational to any development process, and adopted a forward-looking approach by including sections on lessons learned, challenges, and the way forward to achieve each goal. Building on the findings of the report, Madam Chair, Jamaica will produce its annual progress reports on the SDGs as part of a local midterm review process informed by the themes emerging from the VNR and evaluating the mechanisms for coordination as well as the transformative actions required to drive progress over the next 7 years. As we contemplate the pathway to the SDG Summit and review the SDGs at this midpoint of implementation, focus must be placed on mobilizing the required resources and partnerships to design, strengthen, and execute transformative initiatives and policies with significant multiplier effects. The global financial community is urged to recognize small states, especially as destinations for viable investment projects, capitalizing firms and assisting in economic diversification. With the supporting structures in place, the whole of society approach can be leveraged to deliver just energy transition, build resilience through a strengthened social protection system and a strong disaster risk management framework, embrace the knowledge economy and digitalization of services to buttress innovation across industries, and improve livelihoods through access to quality educational opportunities and lifelong learning. These initiatives, Madam Chair, are needed to catalyze actions across the goals and deliver the greatest impact to countries and achieve sustained progress on the SDGs. Energy remains at the core of our societies, enabling consumption, production, and transport. A just and equitable transition to clean energy systems ensures that future generations are spared the effects of a warming climate, while also creating opportunities and safeguarding our livelihoods today. Faced with the threat of natural disasters, building fiscal resilience through access to insurance facilities and concessional financing is needed to ensure rapid response and recovery. Proactive measures such as strengthening infrastructure, capacity building, and regulatory frameworks are essential to mitigating the deleterious impacts of adverse events. Recognizing the importance of the private sector as the engine of growth, our governments must remain committed to creating the environments that allow enterprises to thrive and innovate. International cooperation is required for knowledge transfer and access to technologies. Adopting digital approaches to service delivery and in production processes improves competitiveness and access to new entrants. Key industries like agriculture and manufacturing can benefit from productivity gains, supporting food security efforts and upscale value chains. The development of new industries and improvement on existing ones also require a new type of worker who is able to adapt to the changes in the market. The need for increased educational and training opportunities goes beyond the economic prospects to improving the lives of citizens and civil contributions to development. This will empower citizens who can embrace and effect the changes needed for achieving these ambitious goals. Madam Chair, whilst addressing the challenge of low human capital remains a high priority for Jamaica, we are faced with the competing demands within the context of limited fiscal space to address urgent and emerging issues such as climate change and its impacts. With 7 years remaining to implement the SDGs, action and commitment is needed at all levels to catalyze action. Otherwise, small countries like Jamaica face the risk of being left behind. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Kamal.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamaica. I'm afraid that we'll have to reduce your participation to 3 minutes because we have many who have requested the floor. We now give the floor to Argentina and then Barbados. I know that we are closing an extraordinary event. As Ambassador Kaplan, Argentine ambassador at UN, well said, having Ambassador Narvaez, heading ECOSOC, having also the chair with Pedro from Cuba at the G77 and China, and Lopez Calva, Luis Felipe, the last time we met was in Ecuador. So thank you all for the opportunities. And let us hope that this will also be helpful, because having these friends in these very important positions will help us so that UN and others will help us meet our goals. As Jamaica well said, countries such as ours will then not be left behind. And as Ambassador Nazai said, having in mind that we must open up means for funding for civil society is important. Civil society has been extremely important in our communities during the pandemic, and very seldom were they accompanied by the state and by international organizations. So we must appreciate that, because they have relaunched and reinvented the situation in the pandemics. And local governments, municipal governments, these small communities out in the corners of Latin America have had an important role in leaving no one behind. This road towards the SCG summit must find us well aware and fully understanding, as said by a young official from Argentina. Okay, I'm 36, I'm not that young, but still the 2030 agenda, I believe, is a great generational opportunity, as our President Alberto Fernandez was well said, and was repeated by Maricel Merkel and Ambassador Keffel as well. Let us go deeper into these paths. You can count on Argentina to spread the voice so that the 23 agenda and this summit show the great challenge ahead of us. My generation and many of us here will have to lead the destiny of our countries, of our regions, and we must realize that nobody can remain behind. And as we have well said, as Pope Francis well said, nobody can be saved solo. It must be done with all. Thank you, Eklak, for the willingness to be at our service in all your assistance. Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. Barbados, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In April of 2021, Barbados suffered the impact of ashfall from the eruption of the Super volcano in Dominica. That event, that was about 2 days in Barbados, cost the government over $334 billion. In June of that same year, we had a freak storm. And in July of that same year, we suffered from Hurricane Elsa. I make this point fundamentally to again demonstrate the overarching impact of climate change. And we've talked about it and we've spoken about it in passing as being critical. But I wanted to use that example to indicate that it is a real and present reality for us. And in many respects, it is perhaps the overarching architecture in which that we have to frame the discussion around SDG acceleration. Because for many of us, we are in danger of not having any country to leave no one behind in. That is not being dramatic. All of the science and data say exactly that that is the potential that we are facing. So climate acceleration is tied fundamentally to SDG acceleration for us. My second point is about the positioning of the UN system in the context of where we are in achieving further progress in the SDG process. In the Secretary General's report, he makes the point of lauding the work that the UN system has been doing in helping countries and facilitating. But he also makes the point that we need to push further as the UN system. And that's a challenge I am hoping that the UN will answer very frankly. One, in providing the necessary resources, more resources at the regional level to be able to continue to deliver relevant programs that are country-driven and to help us not in diagnosis. We don't need any more studies to tell us what the problem is, but in direct implementation. And I'm hoping as well that just as the UN is also asking states to be very frontal in its reporting on progress, that we are also able to see a metric in which the UN also as well judge itself in the context of how it is facilitating states in delivery. A third point is, again, in the context of the finance. The ambassador for Cuba did an excellent job in terms of framing the discourse around the reform. But I also want to discuss modality as well. We've also seen rollback, not just in terms of the quantity, but in the quality of finance that is being delivered. Interest rates are increasing, so it means the cost of financing is going up. But not only the cost, when we look at some of the financing grant mechanisms, it takes sometimes 4 years to move from the concept development stage, 4 years. In 1 year, we suffered 3 events, but it can take me 4 years to develop a concept note for grant funding only. The modality has to change. If it is, to allow us to be able to deliver not just the quantity, which is important, but the quality as well is important. My final point, I've been reflecting as we've been having this meeting, and we've talked a lot about the statistics and where we are in terms of the achievement of the SDGs, and I reflected, this is really about a moral imperative. And there has to be a balance between which we focus down on the indicators and where we are, and that clarion call that we have to take on as countries. Because this is about people, planet, prosperity, peace. Those fundamental things that are about generations, and that moral call. And I'm hoping that in the context of all of the statistics and the measures, that we are also not losing the very essence of that moral responsibility that we all have. And it is a moral responsibility, and I'm going to be extremely unapologetic for being able to say that we are seeing small developing countries like Barbados and those in the Caribbean and those in Latin America and the Caribbean taking firm action on, but we are not sure that we are seeing that same level of moral responsibility being advanced by developed countries in the context of climate, in the context of delivery of finance. What we see there is failure. And that is something that we also have to be very frontal about addressing. As I close, Excellencies, I've grown up and worked in the nonprofit sector, working with farmers and working with women and working with youth, and have now come into the policy space. And I'm more and more convinced that the notion of partnership that we talk about in terms of how we bring people along with us is that we are unfortunately only scratching the surface of this. And this is a challenge not to you, but to my government as well. Is that the delivery of the SDG agenda is not about us who are here sitting in policy spaces, but it's about in those communities and those peoples and those women, real people, flesh and blood. And until we get back to connecting with that and understanding that I think that we will continue to underdeliver. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Barbados. There are many forms of solidarity, and one of these have to do with words. So I will ask you all to keep your interventions to no more than 2 to 3 minutes. Colombia is recognized. Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair. I thank all the panelists for their presentations. And very briefly, I would like to refer to what was mentioned by Luis Felipe, and that is that we must understand that we need growth. We need development, but not just any type of growth nor any type of development. We must understand that development is not neutral. It has specificities, and the first step is always to fight for a new model of development that takes into account the care economy. This means that we need co-responsibility between the states, families, communities, and that is why in Colombia we're in the process of creating the Ministry for Equality, and that its main function will be to formulate, direct, coordinate, and execute policies, plans, programs, projects, and measures to promote the elimination of economic, political, and social inequality, and that furthers the equal access, non-discrimination, non-reversibility, and the defense of the subject to special protection and the groups of people who are marginalized or discriminated against. The ministry formulates and implements a national caregiving system. And in addition, we believe that at the heart of all these measures and in the commitments taken on in the political declaration, that women and girls must play a key role, as well as everyone who is living in vulnerability, in order to ensure a true, inclusive, intersectional approach. We consider that it is necessary that in this commission we maintain the ambition that we've had since the Regional Conference on Women, especially with regard to recognition, respect, and appreciation of the diversity of situations that women find themselves in, including adolescents and girls. It's allowed to make visible and address the various barriers that are an obstacle to autonomy and the full enjoyment of their rights, and will allow us to have intersectional actions to respond to the specific needs of these women, girls, and adolescents. Thank you. Thank you very much, Colombia. Honduras. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, my dear ladies and gentlemen delegates. The state of Honduras, through the government of President Maragastro, has committed to resume and plan the economic, social, environmental development, and we are aware as a country of the relevance of the 2030 Agenda in order to design strategies for change and transformation that speeds up the reduction of poverty and social inequalities, economic and gender inequality that affect broad sectors of society. We're also aware of the challenges and limitations that we have as a nation in order to meet the SDGs, and that is why the government is focusing efforts on transforming institutions and turn around the model that has made life precarious, has given priority to wealth, and that 74% of Honduran households are living in poverty. From an economic viewpoint, we've begun to determine a new pathway to further economic growth accompanied by productive transformation that gives priority to structural change, sustained life, and facilitates sustainable development. This productive transformation process will be progressive, equitable, and respectful of common goals and our indigenous people. In the medium term, the reivindication of growth will consolidate a pattern of economic growth that will dynamize productive sectors that were historically excluded. And this structural change will emphasize the law on tax law, reducing the tremendous fiscal deficit. Productive chains, encouraging tourism, more dignified for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, promoting R&D for small producers. The economic development strategy also considers working and collection for the achievement of the national SDG agenda, which has determined and socialized a joint plan of work with various instances of the public and private sectors and civil society organizations. Our plan for the refunding of the country is based to SDGs, and that is why we have determined a series of milestones in order to present a second voluntary report in the year 2024 and a first local voluntary report for 2025. This implementation strategy for the SDG agenda will be articulated by 6 pillars of work, and for this we have requested ECLAC for technical support in order to further the creation of SDG laboratory with a national and local approach. And lastly, we consider that we cannot speak of the 2030 agenda and its achievement without this implying moving towards the refunding of the state and the model of economic development in Honduras. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia and Honduras, for your interventions. And so now we will recognize the agencies. We have PAHO and WHO. No, she corrects herself. WHO. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, delegates of the countries present here, Secretary, panel members, representatives of civil society, and UN colleagues. The Pan American Health Organization, together with its member states, has renewed efforts in order to improve local capacities for the production of medications and technologies for health in the region. The dependence of Latin America and the Caribbean on imported health technology inputs from other regions has limited the ability of the region to respond on time to the population needs during the COVID-19 pandemic. The shortage and unequal distribution of vaccines, medications, and other technology, which were all strategic, should not be key players in a future emergency. This critical aspect still shadows the relevance of solidarity, regional integration as a tool that is essential with which to respond to a world health issue in an appropriate manner and without leaving anyone behind. The increased capacities for production of health technology in the region is a transformative initiative that, if addressed coherently and in a sustained fashion, has the potential of improving access to health, reducing inequalities, and furthering economic development that is just based on knowledge, technology, and innovation. PAHO collaborates with the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean in order to extend development and the production of health technology by means of strengthening the regulatory capacity and the execution of strategic initiatives that are sustainable and benefit all countries of the region. One of these initiatives that we would like to share here is the regional platform for the advancement and production of vaccines and other health technologies for COVID-19. The regional platform acts as a mechanism for articulating actions to promote the expansion of research, development, and the production of vaccines and other health technologies. In the next 2 years, PAHO will support the Homanguinhos in Brazil for the planning of clinical trials for the development of vaccines and will help Synergium Biotech in Argentina for the transfer of technology and acquisition of necessary equipment to begin production of vaccines. The call made yesterday by Maria Noel and reminded us by Ambassador Narvaez, it's important to highlight that this initiative will encourage a great participation and indication by women, promoting a better access and reducing barriers in order to create capacities and promote gender equality throughout all strategic interventions under this initiative. PAHO will encourage the commitment by institutions involved to contribute to a manufacturing sector that is inclusive, ensuring appropriate gender sensitivity and empowering women as key players, including the promotion of women in decision-making positions and leadership in the sector. This moment is unique to reconsider the production of vaccines, medications, and other strategic health technologies from the viewpoint of sustainable development that is just and equitable. Colleagues, as we continue to address the tremendous challenges ahead, PAHO will continue to intensify actions in the area of health and beyond. This forum is a great opportunity to renew our commitment, continue interacting with the regional bloc, and also our partners such as ECLAC, CEPI, and OAS, with a unique approach with regard to health and sustainable development. Our focus must be on people, as we've heard from many here today. And that is why we must maintain the health of our people at the heart of our economic recovery, mitigating poverty, adapting to climate change, and making efforts for development, not only to achieve SDG 3, but to speed up action throughout the 2030 Agenda. Thank you. Thank you. I have FAO, UN Habitat, and UN Women. Please, FAO, please keep to the no more than 3 minutes. Thank you.
Excellencies, muy buenas tardes. Esteemed Executive Secretary, Chair and Secretary, panelists, distinguished members, stakeholders, and representatives of the UN system, thank you for giving FAO the floor to underline the perspective of food, nutrition, agriculture, and agri-food systems. Under these combined effects of the triple planetary crisis, the conflict, the economic slowdown, the lingering consequences of COVID-19 pandemic, development growth is indeed reversing for the first time in decades. Now, in this context, a large number of the agri-food systems are also unstable, weak, and prone to collapsing. We know that people and the environment are harmed when agri-food systems fail, posing threats to livelihoods, health, education, the economy, environment, as well as food security and nutrition. Therefore, the transformation of sustainable, equitable, and resilient agri-food systems in both rural and urban and peri-urban areas should receive priority attention while accelerating the implementation of Agenda 2030. Because it is a powerful, synergistic SDG accelerator with a great potential to influence positively influence social, economic, and environmental aspects of sustainable development. As we could hear from several country delegations, at the heart of the 2030 Agenda follow-up and review process are the voluntary national reviews, the VNRs, and these have become a critical component of the review and implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The FAO Office of Sustainable Development Goals has developed tailored toolkits to support the integration of the perspective of agri-food system transformation in VNRs and stands ready to support countries with this exercise. FAO in this region has reinforced a permanent dialogue with governments and other cooperation agencies as part of its work to assist governments in facing current food security and agri-food systems challenges. The Select Declaration of Buenos Aires, January 2023, included a particular recommendation to update the Food Security, Nutrition, and Hunger Eradication Plan, the SUN-SELECT Plan. FAO, together with ECLAC, the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation and Agriculture, the Latin American Integration Association, is supporting the working group coordinated by the pro-temporal presidency of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and the update shall include essential guidelines and recommendations for responding to the food insecurity crisis and its connections to the current international context. As a final point, I would like to mention that this year we have indeed a chance to review our coordinated efforts around improving the sustainability of agri-food systems. As you may already know, the first UN Food Systems Talks taking moment will be held in Rome at the FAO headquarters between the 24th and the 26th of July with the support of the Italian government and the UN system. We anticipate a vibrant participation from the Latin American and Caribbean countries at this historic gathering to reaffirm the notion that the 2030 Agenda cannot be accelerated without the sustainable and equitable transformation of agri-food systems. Now, as part of the preparations for this stock-taking event, the UN Food System Coordination Hub, which is resourced by FAO, IFAD, UNDCO, UNEP, WFP, and WHO, has convened a series of 5 one-day regional preparatory meetings in the margins of each regional fora on sustainable development in the coordination with the 5 regional commissions and other key regional actors. The preparatory meeting for Latin America and the Caribbean took place on the 25th of April here in Santiago, and the Food System Coordination Hub is thankful for the national conveners, the UN resident coordinators, membership country teams, the representatives of the youth and indigenous peoples organizations and other stakeholders who joined the meeting and contributed with their national experiences and discussed national and regional progress in food system transformation. Participants have identified priority actions and key messages to drive actions towards accelerated transformation of food systems. These key messages will serve as a collective regional input to the stock-taking moment to take place in July. And the outcome of the stock-taking moment will then directly feed into the SDG summit in September. The inclusion of the stock-taking moment's key messages in the SDG summit
podría ir
is to a large
finalizando.
extent
Podría ir finalizando porque no tenemos. Could you please go wrapping up because we do not have time. Thank you.
messages will directly feed into the SDG summit and will consolidate the position of the food system transformation agenda as one of the key transitions necessary to rescue the SDGs and put them back on track. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, UN Habitat.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Permanent representative of Argentina to the UN, and thank you very much for recognizing me. 3 minutes, 3 pills, 3 messages. The first, based on the conversations held throughout these 3 days, but above all, the experiences that we are accompanying and working on together with you, the member states, the territory is important. The territorialization of SDGs. We must get to the summit of SDGs in New York with the view that it is important to territorialize and locate the SDGs, promoting more local voluntary reviews. And Manuel Salazar from the Executive Secretary of ACTAC said there is enthusiasm. We have 49 registered out of 46,000 local authorities that we have in Latin America and the Caribbean. We could do much more. That is the first message. The second message, Luis Felipe, 1 of 5 households in Latin America and the Caribbean live in informal settlements. As you know, of the current experience and prior experience, member states do a lot of work to integrally improve neighborhoods in the favelas in Brazil, villas in Argentina, and all these settlements. And there are very good experiences and examples, but we've not scaled this up. What we have seen with our experience is that it is possible to have a multidimensional impact, and also with the same resources, even if they're not everything that we're asking for, we can still have an impact. So what if we move ahead a bit further with that partnership in order to work not only in these countries, we believe, but also at sub-regional level and in other areas of Latin America and the Caribbean in order to address urban poverty through the integral improvement of neighborhoods. You say that this is retro vanguardist, but it works. And one last comment. ECLAC proposes 7 areas of work that are relevant to move ahead with SDGs. I would just want to say that in the region, we see that there is a coalition of cities and urban energy transition. There is a network of work Secretary on Biodiverse Cities and in Denver, and efforts in networks smart cities that we have the partnerships between productive territory, Maria Noel. There is a League of Caregiving Cities, Bogotá, Montevideo, Peñalolén, and so many others. And we have the magical people in several countries of the region. So my message of UN Habitat is a good part of what we are talking about collectively does have its correlation in networks of work. And this is an opportunity to join efforts. And so you can count on UN, this entire working group, to support that process for the consolidation of these networks of work and movement towards the achievements that we're all expecting. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Mariana. Thank you very much, Ambassador. It's a pleasure to have listened to this. I'd like to stop two things. What the delegate from Colombia and the Ambassador Narvaez said, we cannot talk about growth without women. And we cannot talk about without growth without women and without considering the economy of care. So one of the transformations that IFLAC is promoting is where we're working together for the service of all of you. And hopefully, delegates can make their presidents and prime ministers to show as accelerators at the creation of a comprehensive care system. Hopefully, that will be the great accelerator that the region is proposing for us. It's key to discuss this as a political will matter. As Ambassador Narvaez said, this is not a technical thing. It's a matter of a political will to see whether those women can sit at the political negotiation table when discussing what is the future that we want for each of our countries, so they are not left behind in all their diversity, because women we are not all homogeneous. We have intersectionality that we discussed here. And finally, to tell you that it is also a matter of extreme poverty, because it has the face of a woman. So even more so, we need to be careful with women in this continent. Thank you, Maria Noel. I'd like to offer the floor now to the panel so that you can react if you'd like to close or make any comments. We'll start with Ambassador Pedro Pedroso, the chairman now of G77. Thank you. I'm not going to abuse time for the delegation because it's quite late. Just to tell you that we are in one of the regions, maybe the most unequal region among the regions of the world, and that it shouldn't be the case. Latin America has everything. It has a population like no other developed region, and I mean qualified human resources. It has a leadership of women like no other region in the world. We have a productive culture. It was created by ICLAC, or ICLAC contributed to creating it from Prevish onwards. It had the public policies. So Latin America should not have to be the most unequal developing region in the world. And that's why the ONU Habitat representative said Latin America is in a position to lead this and not to sit down to wait. We can learn from what we do, from our experiences, from sharing our experiences, from strengthening them, and leading a South movement for the South, because the director manager of the World Bank told the developing countries only 3 weeks ago, you are at the mercy of your own efforts. He told us all, at the mercy of your efforts. Developed economies have gone into debt to an extent that they are absorbing all the capital that is available in the market. You need to deal with this with your own efforts. So we cannot sit down and wait. We have all the conditions, and that's what this is all about. In this Havana summit, we should look inward and see what can we do. What with what Argentina has, Brazil, or Mexico has, with what Cuba has, Barbados, or Jamaica, with what India, China, or South Africa has. So let's look inward in terms of what we can do internally. That was the message that I wanted to communicate. It was not a political slogan, but we need to be really focusing on that to build from inside for us. Thank you. Thank you, Pedro. Paula. Thank you. And I'd like to take comments by Ambassador Pedroso's comments that we needed to build more bridges from us and for us. So this Latin American integration that we talk so much about should also translate into political integration that will push these topics from the regional political will, because we have many conditions to achieve that. We need political will in all countries. I'd like to mention one last observation, which has to do with an important element of fighting misinformation and a fight against misinformation, especially regarding the 2030 agenda. That we know it has become an instrument for some sectors to question the 2030 agenda as a agenda of the state of all of us for the achievement of sustainable development. So in terms of fighting misinformation is important, and that links this effort with the need to make progress um, to achieve a larger degree of knowledge about digital tools that we have. We know that digitization does not reach everyone the same. It's a matter of access. It's not only a matter of access. It's also a matter of digital literacy that allows, among other things, to fight misinformation that is impacting the 2030 agenda, especially in our region and also in our country. And I wanted to make this comment because it's a key element and key instrument for the implementation of the agenda. I'd like to thank all the delegations for your attention and your contributions. Thank you, Paula. Luis Felipe, thank you. This, the fact that we need to grow, but on any kind of growth, just to tell you that I'm taking with me several elements from this very rich discussion in order to have a very concrete meaning in this. So I'd like to thank all the comments and interventions. I wanted to also communicate in my presentation that at World Bank right now, we are at a time of redefinition and reflection. So these are very important contributions, and countries are contributing to this actively, contributing to the internal discussion. So in terms of the institution, I'd like to really thank you for being part of this dialogue. And personally, I'd like to repeat that you have a friend in me in the bank. Before offering the floor to the chair, I'd like to thank you for your participation, especially the states, my colleagues, the civil society organizations, especially for staying this long and having had an active engagement all morning, and the organizations in the UN system. I think we all together have lots of chances for building a better path to get to 2030. Thank you all. Okay, well, this is how we are going to thank all the members of this panel. Just like I would like to thank Ambassador Maria del Carmen Esquef, a permanent representative of Argentina to the United Nations, a country that exercises the chair of this Forum of the Caribbean and Latin America. Let's take a break. We'll be back for from 1:30 to 2:30. We'll be back here to close. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, les pedimos por favor que cada delegación se vaya ubicando en sus lugares. Bueno, vamos a dar apertura. Muy buenas tardes. Nos encontramos nuevamente. Como todos ustedes saben,
Welcome back. As you know, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is a multi-stakeholder agenda. And this is a topic that we saw this morning, and the importance of partnerships. And we all know about the key role of civil society in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. As of its approval, it has followed the process just as it participated in this forum from the onset. We also saw in the forum the representatives from boys, girls, adolescents, and youth from Latin America and the Caribbean committed with the 2030 Agenda. They wanted to share their demands and recommendations of that group on the SDGs that are being revised this year. The process that mobilized in territories more than 500 boys, girls, and young people up to 35 years of age coming from 30 countries in the region, from all sorts of communities. And local dialogue, virtual consultations for help. And there was a in-present meeting on Monday, 24th, at FAO offices, and that involved also ECOSOC's youth that was held this week in New York. I will now call on Christy Wong, focal point from the group of boys, girls, young people, and adolescents to open this meeting.
Excelencias, Estado.
Your Excellency, member states, colleagues from civil society, and from young people and youth. I am Christy Wong from the Millennium Movement, a joint focal point from the global group of boys, girls, and adolescents. We wanted to share this space in order to bring in the recommendations that we have wanted through the mobilization of more than 500 young persons between 7 and 35 years of age coming from more than 20 countries in the region and different groups and communities. This was done through local dialogues, virtual consultations, and in-presence meeting at FAO headquarters in Santiago. We have thus submitted the following demands and recommendations, recognizing our right to participation as a basic in order to ensure our human right to development, to follow the challenges in the access to water, sanitation, and wastewater treatment, mobilizing the necessary resources to ensure integrated management of water, including local communities, boys, girls, adolescents, and youths in the governance of that resource, including indigenous people and strengthening community organizations, declaring water bodies as subject to waters, and mobilizing the resources to set up oversight mechanisms as well as of its use, ensuring the implementation of existing policies, increasing policies for needed infrastructure and prevention in view of water crisis. For each dollar invested in water treatment, that we save 8 because of the treatment of wastewater. We must ensure also the protection of well, activists, ensuring the full implementation of ESCASU. We urge the states that still haven't ratified that to do so. No more criminalization or death again to the defenders of that environment and resource, mobilizing the resources to have quality education in science, technology, innovation, in order to face the current and future dynamics with an intercultural, decentralized, and gender focus, allowing for the integration of the region in the digital world, creating regional standards to ensure technological quality progress with more transparent and traceable movements in terms of the um, footprint. We must tackle inequalities with gender that prevent the participation in science, technology, and math. We should also have math systems in that would allow for the productive uh, systems to be used with clean energy, having sustainable systems to all the population through integrated uh, public policies with goals that will measure the implementation and of renewables from a social, environmental, cultural access standpoint. Public policies that will ensure the integration of data to have access of renewables from the standpoint of reliability and price, reducing investment in polluting energies such as fracking fuels, using local enterprises and through PPPs, having in mind the communities where the infrastructure is to be built. And we want to promote the local technology used in order to reduce that import, ensuring energy transition that is fair, that will ensure forces of energy, always having in mind poverty and inequality, promoting its use of clean water, clean energy in households, making sure that we have a regional response in view of energy transition so as to avoid dependency on neo colonialism in energy use, not following the lithium extraction for the demand of this energy that will only lead destruction to the environment, ensuring investment in sustainable, resilient infrastructure with a universal focus that will give access to all individuals, not leaving behind rural areas, mobilizing the necessary resources and policies to strengthen technological transfer, promoting the development of artificial intelligence, robotics, and information and ICTs. This should include the regulation of technology through ethical codes. In talking about artificial intelligence, we may ensure that the progress should talk with progress in other agendas and the protection of rights, such as the Convention on the Future of Work and the 169th article of ILO that has to do with labor rights, protecting the material patrimony of cities, ensuring the right for decent houses through programs counteracting the central and real estate mobilization in cities, strengthening the integration of urban, and rural as elements that are fully related to the SDG 11, developing concrete action to face corruption as a sine qua non for 2030 agenda, having transparency mechanisms and fully using regulatory frameworks in the judicial systems. The states must ensure data transparency as well as the creation of monitoring and evaluation systems, ensuring independence and participation of civil society, young people, youths, and other players, ensuring that the way to follow, such as the political high-level forum, the SDG summit, the future summit, and the creation of the Office of Youth under UN, have a regional perspective, including boys, girls, adolescents, and youths. We also should make the Forum of Young People official as part of the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean countries, transforming this space and process into one with an intergenerational perspective. We also urge the mobilization of resources to ensure maximum participation. We ask that demands and recommendations here submitted be considered by the states, UN agencies, private sector, public sector, academia, and civil society, going away from the society that only pays heed to adults. We are all for the 2030 agenda, and we invite you to articulate through generations, through cultures, in a sustainable way, respecting diversities. Boys, girls, adolescents, and youths are changing the present to ensure a future. Thank you.
Quisiera alcanzarle en nuestra declaración.
And now I would call on our executive secretary and also chair of the ECOSOC's end of this forum. You have the floor, sir. We thank Christy Wong, focal point for the group of boys, girls, adolescents, and youth. She was here on behalf of that group. And will now, as you well know, every year before the opening of the forum, we hold the meeting of the mechanism of participation of civil society in the Sustainable Development Agenda and the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean countries on sustainable development. I call on Igor Santoro and Patricia Sandoval from civil society, and they will bring in their recommendations. And I ask that you take 7 minutes each. Thank you. Declaration from civil society at the 6th meeting of the Forum of Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean for Sustainable Development. The participation mechanism of civil society of Latin America and the Caribbean for sustainable development reaffirms its commitment towards the 2030 agenda in order to leave no one behind. We are working permanently, following up the agenda, contributing and building as of the territories. We are alarmed and we believe that the current road will not lead to meeting the goals for sustainable development, especially in areas that are so important for life, such as health, education, gender equality, including technologies, access to decent work, social protection, decent house, water, the care for the environment, justice, and equal participation. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we are facing a tremendous increase in poverty, and that deepens inequality and the problem with water affecting mainly girls, boys, adolescents, people with disabilities, and older persons. Vulnerability of human rights in our region have faced women, boys, girls, and adolescents, youth, older persons, people with disabilities, LGBTQ plus, people with HIV, workers, including precarious, informal, and sexual workers, and native people, rural population, and Afro descendants. That is why we demand the meeting, the commitments taken up by states, as well as the inclusion and participation of representatives from all sectors of society in searching for solutions to meet these goals and 2030 agenda. And always having in mind human rights. We propose the building of economies and societies after the extraction system in order to protect diversity. We need a socio-ecological transition that is just, organized, leaving behind the dependence on fuel oils, deforestation, and monocrops. We go towards renewable energy mix that are decentralized and that would allow for safe and quality energy. We state access to water is a human right, so it is very important to improve regulatory frameworks for its own protection and regulation. Water is needed for life and not the extraction system that is only for profit.
A drinking water and sanitation approach to the integrated management of water resources with effective participation by people, communities, and especially women. We call attention to the energy transition process at corporate level and visualize the region as a map of operation for the extraction of common goods that finance the development models and energy transition in countries that are industrialized in the global north. It is urgent to have a just transition in order to efficiently face the climate and environmental crisis, paying attention to the need of people, workers, and the communities affected by the energy transition. It's imperative to ratify and effectively implement the Escazú Agreement by all countries of the region without excuses. We asked for the democratic access to energy, emphasizing the clean and renewable, underscoring this is a fundamental human right that no one should be deprived of, and that tariff should not exceed the payment capacity of people at the individual, family, and community level. We urge governments to strengthen financing of sustainable infrastructure with policies and programs in response to support to accompany transitions and include an indicator that measures public spending and especially in research on these matters. States must recognize the contributions and traditional systems of knowledge of indigenous people and mainly of indigenous women, giving priority to better access to technology, communication, infrastructure, industry, and innovation, and access to STEM education to protect the rights, cultural entities, resources, and indigenous territories. Likewise, in the framework of the right to education throughout life, it is necessary to ensure the protection of collective rights regarding intellectual property over and above extractivism and illegal appropriation in the digital era. And also, the states of the region must ensure the full implementation of the General Recommendation 39 of CEDAW on the rights of women, and girls of indigenous people. Governments must ensure cities with infrastructure for a decent life and older persons, girls, boys, adolescents, persons with disability, and rural populations require of infrastructure that is appropriate to their needs and must ensure the sustainability of housing and the housing stability. Must build public centers for attention and care and ensure appropriate public transport, spaces for recreation, as well as access to digital technology which enables a free circulation, access to information, promoting autonomy and participation of citizens. States must emphasize the protection of persons that use the internet and also digital communications, foreseeing abuse and violence in the sphere of the use of technology, and must create strategies for digital inclusion with cybersecurity and blocks to prevent the cyber aggression of girls, boys, adolescents, persons with disability, and older persons. From the mechanism for civil society participation, we emphasize that it is necessary to address the security agenda in public spaces without stigmatizing or criminalizing sectors that are in a situation of social vulnerability, as also stop the process for identification in major capitals that expel the most impoverished sectors of society. We propose a new social contract that places life at the center with a development model that recovers the balance with nature and promotes renewable energies with sustainable energy coming from just production chains and based on new economy. States must recognize the central role of social economy based on solidarity and in order to encourage transition of the informal economy to the formal economy within the framework of the fundamental ILO conventions, and also carry out policies for job creation and promote the universality and sufficiency of social protection. It is necessary to open up spaces for institutionalized dialogue between the civil society and governments, paying due attention to the criminalization and stigmatization of youth and other more vulnerable groups affected by the current development model. Put a stop to repression of communicators and persecution of defenders of human rights, of environment and territory, feminists, union members, and defenders of sexual rights and reproductive rights and of the indigenous people and indigenous women. There is a differentiated impact of injustice on girls, adolescents, and women in their full diversity that suffer impoverishment, a scarce state, and judicial response to the violence, and in addition to the insufficient campaigns for the prevention of chauvinistic violence, and has led to lack of means and protection at territorial level. To this, we must add multiple barriers to access sexual and reproductive health services, especially for diverse women, LGBTQ plus people affected by HIV/AIDS. We are a demand that government should effectively ensure access to integral health for everyone, integrating sexual and reproductive rights and access to contraception and safe and free of charge abortion services, and also integral sexual education based on science and of good quality. It's important for multinationals to it's no longer acceptable that they should not contribute sufficiently to achievement of the 2030 agenda. That the weight of this is where it lies with governments and civil society, while they continue to place barriers to human rights, labor rights, and environmental rights, which weakens our democracies in Latin America and the Caribbean. We demand countries to put an end to abuse, put an end to exemptions of corporate taxes, putting an end to tax evasion, and to put an end to the inequalities that mark our region. We demand the implementation of fiscal programs and the issues with financial taxation and corporate taxation. And people must see as an essential element for achievement of the 2030 agenda. Must be transparent, and further projects and technologies that are social within the framework of the World Alliance for Effective Cooperation for Development. We urge governments to promote transparency and accountability within a context where acts of corruption have proliferated and are left in impunity. And we demand a regional and global governance that is truly democratic and that develops policies and partnerships that are coherent with focus on human rights, social rights, environmental rights, and we request doing away with the implementation of coercive measures against countries of the region. Implementation of the 2030 agenda should place at the heart human rights of all people. It is substantive to have a development approach that effectively advocates for equality and non-discrimination. We're being left out, but we are in time here to accompany you with the challenges posed by the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development in our Latin America and the Caribbean. Further participation means better rights and democracy. Thank you, Santiago de Chile, April 27, 2023.
También aquí le entregamos al secretario ejecutivo.
We hand a copy to the Executive Secretary and the Chair.
Muchas gracias, Patricia.
Thank you, Patricia, and thank you, for having spoken in representation of the mechanism for civil society participation in the Forum of the Countries of Latin America, of the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. And now, as chair, I will proceed to introduce the conclusions and recommendations agreed between the governments at this sixth meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development, and that each one of you has on your table. If you allow me, I would like to highlight and recognize Maria del Carmen Esquef, permanent representative of Argentina to the United Nations, our ambassador to the UN, and who led, in representation of Argentina and as chair, all deliberations that led to these conclusions. This chair convened 5 consultation sections, informal, with member states of the forum through the permanent missions of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on 5, 11, 14, 16 and 17th of April. And after the 5 negotiation sessions, the text was placed in silence on April the 19th and waiting until 20 of April, and that silence was not broken. So thank you very much and congratulations. And so if there is no comment, it is taken as approved. I do not want to let this opportunity go by without thanking all delegations for the contributions made during the informal consultations, and that enriched the text, and also the flexibility shown and the support for the chair throughout the negotiations. And in this case, the floor is now open if any of the delegation would like to take the floor. If no delegation wishes to speak, we will continue with the closing session. Thank you, Chair. Well, we have reached the end of the road here, and to close this 6th meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, we have here Claudia Narvaez as future Vice President of ECOSOC from July to July 2024. And I will also recognize Marisol Merkel, who as a chair of this forum, for her final remarks. Yes, thank you, Secretary, and my dear Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mr. José Manuel Salazar, and esteemed authorities of the various countries, agencies of the UN system, representatives of the civil society, and enterprises of the private sector, speakers, and members of the audience. It is a pleasure to address you in closing this 6th meeting of the Forum of Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, reiterating my congratulations made by the Chancellor of the Republic of Argentina, Santiago Cafiero, at the inaugural ceremony. But today, after 3 enriching and intense days of dialogue on the themes that are of concern to our region, I am convinced that we have a tremendous challenge ahead. It is through these panels, exchanging between the panelists and the countries represented here and the audience, we have covered these themes in depth for this political forum on high level for the sustainable development of the United Nations to be held in the month of July this year, and which are SDG 6, 7, 9, 11, and 17, identifying innovative initiatives, gaps, and matters still pending. And so we held conversations in the panels on clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, industry, innovation and infrastructure, sustainable cities and communities, and partnerships. Issues of relevance to the players in different sectors and levels, such as energy transition, bioeconomy, digital transition, import and export of modern services, the care society, food safety, and sustainable tourism and regional integration, among others. I would like to highlight that in our discussions, we have dealt with cross-cutting issues such as the human rights approach, the gender approach, the imperative of desegregation of data to not leave anyone behind, and an emerging, highly claimed territorialization of the 2030 agenda, as well as the mobilization of economic, financial, and technological resources and efforts by the various actors that with different common responsibilities as well as differentiated ones are committed to achieving the targets that were agreed on globally. Without a doubt, it is the construction of partnerships that is the essential tool that will allow us to move ahead and speed up progress and achieve the major aspirations that the 2030 agenda has posed, placing the dignity of all people in this world at the heart. We are halfway to achieving this temporal horizon of the 2030 agenda. Unfortunately, we can say that it is not with the half of the necessary progress in order to achieve its goals. And so I consider that the SDG summit to be held in September 2023 is of great relevance to have a critical weighing up of what has been achieved and what is pending, and to outline the necessary urgent steps to be taken to resume our efforts and commitment. We are convinced that this is an opportunity to build a common future with democracy, peace, justice, equity, without discrimination of any type for everyone. Thank you very much. We thank the chair, Marisol, and to conclude, the words by Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Well, thank you very much, Luis, and thank you, Chair Marisol Merkel. My congratulations at an excellent chair of the sixth forum. And my dear representatives, country authorities, representatives of the civil society organizations, colleagues of the UN system, ECLAC colleagues, my friends, all. Well, we have reached the end of this intense three-day event. We were fortunate to welcome here more than 650 people. Among them, about 170 government representatives, more than 300 representatives of the civil society, including academia and the private sector, about 150 representatives of the United Nations system and resident coordinators. The inspiring words of the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed, still echo in this room, urging us to accelerate and intensify our efforts in the face of the many and varied challenges we face. Time is running out, and the difficulties are much greater than when we agreed to this agenda in 2015. As Secretariat of the Forum, ECLAC has made the best of its institutional capacities in this process. In permanent dialogue with the chair of the forum, we have tried to open up all spaces to bring different perspectives into this room. We have benefited from the knowledge and experiences of a varied group of experts from government, the private sector, civil society, academia, young people, people with disabilities, and representatives of the UN system. We also organized 41 parallel events that undoubtedly enriched the central conversations that took place in this room. And we have also benefited, and we've just received this with great satisfaction, declarations by the civil society and also of the meeting of girls, boys, adolescents, and youth of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. We've made available to you the document Latin America and the Caribbean at the halfway point to 2030, Progress and Proposals for Acceleration, which contains regional and sub-regional data and statistics and a specific analysis of the state of progress of each of the SDGs that we were to analyze on this occasion, and for which we have made recommendations and policies for the acceleration of SDGs 6, 7, 9, 11, and 17. In the various roundtables of analysis and dialogue, we saw the need to speed up. This has been a common point. We are concerned that halfway through, and until 2030, only 1/4 of the targets have been met or are expected to be met. So there is much work to be done.
At the first roundtable, where we discussed strategies to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 agenda in the Caribbean subregion, it became abundantly clear that the Caribbean subregion faces a steep hill to 2030. Without access to enough financing, that requires the concerted support of the international community. In that sense, we heard the Bridgetown initiative several times that emerges as a powerful tool. Water is a vector of sustainable development and is key to meeting the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Although there is abundance of water in the region, it is not always available in the required quantity and quality. Water scarcity caused by climate change and ineffective management, in many cases poor water quality, and above all inadequate sanitation, is negatively impacting the food security of poor families across the region. Although progress has been made in recent years towards universal access to basic drinking water services, it is still insufficient to achieve goal number 6 by 2030. As to energy deficiencies, these must be considered from a multidimensional perspective, taking into account inequalities and territorial specificities. And households in the most vulnerable quintiles have the least access to quality energy services due to problems of accessibility or affordability. Indigenous and Afro-descendant populations in the region are among the most vulnerable, given that their lack of access to electricity is doubled the proportion of non-indigenous and Afro-descendant populations. Moreover, the region has not experienced inclusive and sustainable industrialization, while there have been some marginal improvements in the efficiency of industrial processes in terms of carbon dioxide emissions over the past 2 decades. Energy efficiency of the industrial sector remains virtually unchanged. That's target 9.4. Some limited efforts have been made to modernize and convert the region's industries and to bring them into line with the technological forefront. Expenditure on research and development as a proportion of GDP, indicator 951, in the region has increased, albeit very modestly. In short, with only 7 years to go before the deadline for implementing the 2030 agenda, the region still has a long way to go to achieve the targets of goal number 9. As is already known, it is estimated that in 2030, 86.5% of the population in South America will live in big cities, making it the most urban region in the developing world. In the Caribbean and Central America and Mexico, 76.2% and 78.5% of the population respectively live already in cities, confirming that the problems and therefore many of the solutions in the region are largely urban in nature. The efforts developed in the elaboration of local reports of compliance with the 2030 agenda and a permanent dialogue between local authorities and their communities, together with measures for access to housing, neighborhood safety, and inclusive environments for people with disabilities, constitute a very good practice to achieve this goal. This morning, as we discussed the challenges of SDG 17, we recall that most of countries in our region do not qualify for official development assistance, which severely restricts their ability to mobilize external resources to meet Goal 17. To change course and make steady progress on the 17 SDGs, the international community must come together to mobilize investments to meet the SDGs and create a new international financial architecture that supports just, inclusive, and equitable transitions for all countries. International cooperation must be urgently scaled up, increasing the engagement of all key stakeholders at global, regional, national, and local levels, And as you know, in the UN, the Secretary General himself is leading this message, or this campaign, and this dialogue with the institutions of Bretton Woods and the development banks in order to achieve changes in this matter. We recently heard a statement of young people in civil society in which, among other proposals, they emphasize on the need to advance a, and I quote, new social contract that places life at the center with a development model that restores balance with nature, that promotes renewable energies with sustainable technologies that come from fair production chains and with principles of new economies. End of quote. And remind us, in the framework of the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that, quote unquote, the implementation of the 2030 agenda must put human rights of all people at the center. A development approach that effectively strives for equality, inclusion, and non-discrimination is essential. Thank you very much for the idealism, for reminding us of those guiding principles that are so fundamental that for sure will be already included in the 2030 agenda. On their part, governments have reaffirmed and reinforced the commitment of all to the 2030 agenda, the commitment to multilateralism, gender equality, the protection and promotion of human rights, and the need for new financing arrangements to assist developing countries, etc. We greatly value the agreements, concepts, and proposals of the conclusions and recommendations adopted under the leadership of the Argentine chair of the forum that we have just approved. They constitute a fundamental guide for our work. Thank you very much once again for your leadership. Dear friends, one of the lessons learned in these years has been what we have called the positive institutional footprint left in our countries by the implementation of the 2030 agenda, and that, of course, will be even stronger by 2030 with public, private, and civil society institutions that strive to meet the objectives. The institutional capabilities and capacities built over these last 8 years have strengthened the set of instruments for measuring and designing public policy. This forum is an essential part of that institutional footprint, which year on year has been growing and strengthening, innovating, and opening new perspectives. We are proud of what has been achieved in these days, but we are also alert and demanded to provide in the coming years more and better monitoring data, more and better proposals, new modalities of engagement and discussion in a constant learning curve, hand in hand with all those who give life to this regional mechanism for peer learning and monitoring of the 2030 agenda. I close by thanking the Argentine chair that has led these meetings and will be responsible for taking the results of this regional forum to the high-level political forum next July. I would also like to thank the delegations of the member countries and observers who are the ultimate objective of this work, and all the work of our colleagues in the UN system. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. I would like to acknowledge the invaluable commitment of civil society and academia, who are the engines of innovation and creativity for the SDGs. And finally, I would like to thank the commitment and professionalism of all ICMAC staff, who with charisma and commitment make this forum a memorable annual event. I thank Luis Yañez, Secretary of the Commission, and through him, his entire team. And I thank the substantive divisions that contributed to the analysis and follow-up of the SDGs and all ICLAC staff who have given their best for the success of this forum. On its 75th anniversary, ICLAC redoubles its commitment to continue to work for a more productive, inclusive, and sustainable future. Thank you very much. That is the motto of our 75th anniversary. I wish you all, those who are traveling, fly safe. Thank you so much.
Hemos terminado entonces.
We're then closing this session. Excuse me.
A los intérpretes también un enorme agradecimiento.
We'd like to thank the interpreters as well. Big hand for the interpreters.